Ladies and gentlemen, the guests of honors have arrived, so we will begin. We will be joined by the guests of honor shortly, so I will ask everyone to rise up. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise up to welcome the guests of honor. Thank you. You may be seated. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third Lancang Mekong Business Forum. I am Lancang Moi from Mekong Institute, and I'm honored to be your MC for the program this morning. Please rise to honor the national flag and the national anthem of Cambodia. Guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed further, on behalf of the event organizing teams, I would like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for being here with us today, including those who are joining us virtually from different countries around the world. Without your presence, there is no doubt that this event would not have been possible to continue. So once again, thank you. In the meantime, I also would like to extend a special welcome to our guest of honor today. Welcome, Your Excellency Chon Dara, Secretary of State, Ministry of Commerce of Cambodia. Welcome, Mr. Nirawat Lang Sekanjana, Minister Counselor, Office of Commercial Affairs, Royal Thailand Embassy in Cambodia. Welcome, Nek Oknya Kitmeng, President of Cambodia Chamber of Commerce. Welcome, Mr. Jang Chan, Deputy Director of Political Division, Embassy of People's Republic of China in Thailand. And last but not least, welcome, Mr. Suriyan Vichilekan, Executive Director of Mekong Institute. We are truly honored by your presence and your remarkable support to the forum today. Now, without any further ado, let's begin right into today's agenda items on opening session. To begin with, I would like to invite Mr. Jang Chen to give us a welcoming remark. Mr. Jang Chen is the Deputy Director of Political Division at the Embassy of People's Republic of China in Thailand. He is joining us remotely today. Please, let's welcome Mr. Jang Chan with a big round of applause.
His Excellency Secretary of State Chon Dara, Mr. Executive Director Suriyan Vichilekan, Mr. President Phnom, and Mr. Minister Counselor Mirawa Ransikanjana. Dear colleagues and friends, good morning. It is my pleasure to, on behalf of the Chinese Embassy in Thailand, to attend the third Lancang Mekong Business Forum, which is a very important event supported by the Lancang Mekong Cooperation Special Fund. Firstly, I'd like to express both my congratulations on the successful launching of the forum and my thanks to the Ministry of Commerce of Thailand and the Mekong Institute for your coordination and promotion in the Lancang Mekong Cooperation, or the LMC. In March 2016, The LMC was officially launched by leaders of China, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam in Sanya, China. Since then, the past 6 years have witnessed our 6 countries constantly deepen good neighborliness, advance pragmatic cooperation, and improve people's well-being in the spirit of extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits. It's remarkable that in 2021, the trade volume between China and the 5 Mekong countries increased by 23% and reached $368 billion. Obviously, the LMC has increasingly become one of the most dynamic cooperative mechanisms in the sub-region. The LMC Special Fund, as one of the most important outcomes of the first LMC leaders meeting, was officially launched in September 2016. The LMC Special Fund, with the total amount of $300 million, is committed to supporting small and medium-sized projects and to delivering tangible benefits for the people of the 6 countries, especially in areas such as connectivity, production capacity, cross-border economic cooperation, water resources, agriculture, and poverty reduction. Colleagues and friends, promoting competitive small and medium enterprises is very necessary in contributing to economic growth and social development for the sub-region. The project Lancang Mekong Business Forum not only promotes SMEs linkage with large enterprises and their integration into regional and global value chains, but also facilitates the information exchange and investments to push forward the industrial growth. Ministry of Commerce of Thailand and the Mekong Institute, respectively as the project application and implement agencies, are quite experienced. The third forum will be focused on agribusiness and the food sector. We firmly believe that it will improve our ability to cope with various challenges ahead. Colleagues and friends, the world today is on the compounded impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and the profound changes across the world, both unseen in a century. Global economic recovery has been uneven. But remember, unity is strength. As the global cause for development stands at a crossroads, Chinese President Xi Jinping solemnly proposed the Global Development Initiative. China is willing to join hands with all workers of life of Thailand, Cambodia, and other Mekong countries to forge more projects benefiting the people under the frame of LMC. We believe with fully mobilizing the active participation of various departments, localities, and industries in the basin, the Lancang Mekong country will share a promising future, and the common dream of people here will come true. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang Chen, for the wonderful remarks. Up next, may I cordially invite Mr. Suriyan Vichilekarn, the Executive Director of Mekong Institute, to the stage to deliver welcome remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give Mr. Suriyan a big round of applause.
Well, Your Excellency Chuan Dara, Secretary of State, Ministry of Commerce, Cambodia, distinguished guests, speakers, business community, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, pleasant good morning. I'm so happy to see all of you here today because this is not only an important event that we're going to discuss the business forum under the theme that has been presented, but this is also a symbolic event that all of us will witness the so-called post-COVID development opportunities that we all can witness in Cambodia. At the outset, allow me to express my heartfelt thanks to Excellency Chuan Dara for graciously participate as guest of honor. And I would like to welcome all of you to this business forum. As already earlier presented, the event is the third business forum that we organized. The first one was held in Bangkok, Thailand in 2018. The second one was held in Ho Chi Minh City in 2019. And because of COVID-19, we have paused the business forum for 2 years. So I'm so excited that we can organize this forum this year. So this event is organized by Mekong Institute together with the Cambodia Chamber of Commerce and also funded by Lancang Mekong Corporation Special Fund in coordination with the Ministry of Commerce, Thailand. As earlier said by Mr. Zhang, that on 23rd March 2016, our leaders met in Hainan and discussed the need to establish a corporation under the so-called Lancang Mekong Corporation in the spirit of shared river and shared future. Since then, we have gone through 6 years of cooperation, and Lancang Mekong Corporation has gone through the phases of nurturing and rapid expanding and has entered a new stage of comprehensive development. Lancang Mekong Corporation has become a source of dynamic development of participating country and set example for building a community with a shared future of mankind. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we are promoting closer economic cooperation and integration in the Lancang Mekong sub-region, agribusiness and investment in processed food sector holds enormous potential. This is in support of economic growth, trade investment through innovative product market development in the Lancang Mekong countries. The processed food sector makes significant contribution to economic growth as they are important provider of employment, income generation, which has gradually been emerging as a key driver in connecting countries in the Lancang Mekong region as well as to the global market. This business forum will be discussing how the agribusiness and investment in food and processing sector could be promoted during the post-COVID-19 recovery and beyond. What are mega trends and opportunity for the sector in the region and the world, as well as sharing experience among leading companies and business community in trade, investment, business and product innovation. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Mekong Institute is an intergovernmental organization established by the country of Lancang Mekong sub-region with the mandate to promote regional cooperation and integration. We see this opportunity for facilitating greater contribution for the processed food sector in Cambodia and among the Lancang Mekong countries at large. In 2021, MI marked 25th anniversary, and we were honored with the award of ASEAN Prize. We hope to be able to continue to use this experience, expertise, and recognition of the importance of the development in the Mekong region in order to bring in multi-stakeholder networks so as to advance the development cooperation in the region. In conclusion, allow me to thank Lancang Mekong Corporation Special Fund for the support to the project, to the Ministry of Commerce, particularly His Excellency, for collaboration in the conduct of business forum, to our dear Cambodia Chamber of Commerce for planning, organizing, and follow through this business forum, and also to our main counterpart, the Ministry of Commerce, Thailand. Without all of this effort and collaborations put, we will not be able to make this event possible. So with that, thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Surian Vichilekan, for the great remarks. Coming up next, may I cordially invite Nek Ok Nia Kit Meng, President of Cambodia Chamber of Commerce, to the floor to deliver a welcome remark. Please, let's welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to respect to Excellency Chuandara, the Secretary of State of the Ministry of Commerce, representative of Minister Pan Sorosak, Minister of Commerce of the Kingdom of Cambodia, Mr. Surian Vichilekan, the Executive Director of Mekong Institute, based in Thailand, Mr. Narawat Rangsi Kanchana, the Minister, Consular Office of the Commercial Affairs of Royal Thai Embassy in the Kingdom of Cambodia, Mr. Zhang Jian, the Deputy Director of Political Divisions, the Embassy of PR China in Thailand. And good morning to Nek Ok Nia, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to join this Lancang Mekong Business Forum 2022 under the theme of promoting agro business and investment in the processed food sectors. Cambodian Chamber of Commerce is pleased to co-organize this important business forum, which serves as an effective platform for sharing innovations, goods, practice, challenge, and opportunity for the agro-food processing industry in Cambodia and other Lancang Mekong countries that are along the river of Mekong. I take this opportunity to welcome all business delegates from Lancang Mekong countries to the Kingdom of Cambodia. I hope you have the enjoyable and productive stay in the Kingdom of Cambodia. The Lancang Mekong countries share the cultural similarities, traditional friendships, and development interests. The countries are interconnected and great potential for cooperation with complementary advantage on resources and industry structures. The trade and investment among the Lancang Mekong country grow to despite the serious impact caused by COVID-19. The agriculture and food industry play a significant roles in socio-economics development of Mekong countries, which of total population more than 248 million people. The region prosperity contributes significantly to the well-being of the people and realization of the ASEAN economic communities. China has been one of the top trading and investment partners for Mekong countries. Cambodia and China also signed the Free Trade Agreement on October 2020. This bilateral FTA entered into force this year, January, between China and Cambodia, which will boost the bilateral economics and trade relation to a new level, a new stage. The FTA also helped to leverage and develop Cambodian agricultural industry, as China is the main importer of Cambodian agricultural products such as rice, mangoes, and bananas. This is a typical example of enhanced cooperation among Lancang Mekong countries. And I believe that we can do more and work closely toward common goal, share, prosperity, and wealth. The forum today is to aim a showcase, innovate Cambodian enterprise in the agro-food processing sector. And I believe that we have one of the Oknya, Madame Kai Mom, that the owner of Lily Processing is here. And that will show you some panel later on the discussion today. I encourage all business delegates to participate active and explore real opportunity here in the Kingdom of Cambodia. Cambodia has been one of the fast-growing economies in the region over the past decade, an average growth rate of 7% per annum. Despite the impact caused by the COVID crisis, Cambodia remains one of the fast economic recovery countries, thanks to the right and timely measures taken by the government that lead by Samdech Daicho, Prime Minister Hun Sen of the Kingdom of Cambodia. That the spread of COVID-19 has been put under control and contained. The country now is reopened to welcome all investors, businessmen, and tourism. There is no requirement for PCR tests prior to arrival in Cambodia. The country is likely to vaccinate of 92% of its population of 16 million. And I just want to tell you that Cambodia is the chair of the ASEAN 2022. And I believe that, we don't just talk about the Mekong. Mekong is being initiated by China that in early 2016. And because of the COVID-20 and 21 that we did not have the summit. And I believe this is the first time that we have face-to-face in the Kingdom of Cambodia since that Cambodia is chair of the ASEAN 2022. Now, at the same time, I would like to invite all business, not just from the Lancang countries, but also from around the world, and also the ASEAN, to come visit Cambodia and to see what have Cambodian to offer under the leadership of Samdech Daicho Hun Sen, the Prime Minister of Cambodia, that have initiated new policies, peace and development. And I think this peace and development have bring stability. And when you have stability in the government, you have prosperity and great job and great revenue to support your family. As you probably know, the world is a lot of challenging at the moment, especially with the Ukraine and Russian, and also about refugee fleet go to Europe. The gasoline is going up, the cost of construction is going up because of the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. So I invite you to take this opportunity and leverage this moment and take Cambodian as part of your place to invest. And also that Cambodian have the FTA with Korean, and we also part of the RCEP as well. And we are the first country that ratified by the government and the Parliament House of Cambodia. So if you look all these three platforms, apart from the Lancang Mekong, you have the GMS platform, you have the ASEAN. These, if you can use and utilize this platform, you can make a lot of opportunity. And I believe that most of the ASEAN countries will be start open soon, maybe in April. Likewise, that Cambodia now no need PCR. And you can imagine now Phnom Penh to Singapore. Before we have Silk Air flying. Now we don't have Silk Air anymore. We have Singapore Airlines. Before, we only can go to Singapore by Silk Air on a small aircraft. Now the Singapore Airline operating the bigger plane, bigger seat, more relaxed. And I believe next month they will do 3 flights a day. Because next month will be a Songkran, and I believe a lot of Khmer people, and also European will come to Cambodia to visit, as because we are open up. So, as I'm the President of Chamber of Commerce and also the Chair of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, and I'm also the Chair of the APMEC countries that initiated by your former Prime Minister Thaksin Shinawatra. So I'm also Chair of that. So I would like you to come to visit Cambodia and take the opportunity. And I wish that forum to great success, bring you more opportunity, more luck to you. Thank you for your attention, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Nek Oknya Kitmeng, for your inspiring remarks. For our final remarks, I would like to cordially invite Mr. Nirawat Lancang Jana to the floor. Mr. Niwarat is the Minister, Counselor of Office of Commercial Affairs, Royal Thai Embassy in Cambodia. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Mr. Nirawat.
Your Excellencies, Excellency Chuandala, Secretary of State, Ministry of Commerce of Cambodia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the Office of Commercial Affairs, Royal Thai Embassy in Phnom Penh, it is indeed my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the 3rd Lancang Mekong Business Forum, which will be held on March 30 to 31st, 2022 at the Hyatt Regency Hotel. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the co-organizers for organizing this forum in Cambodia. I believe this forum is very useful and timely. It serves as an excellent opportunity for the participants to hear from distinguished speakers about business information and market opportunities in agro-food processing sector, especially to establish business connections between Cambodian companies and investors from other Lancang Mekong countries. It is worth mentioning that Thailand and Cambodia have enjoyed a well-established and long-standing partnership. It demonstrates through our historical, religious, and cultural backgrounds, as well as the strong trade and investment relations and cooperation in all perspectives. I am delighted to be here today. The Office of Commercial Affairs, Royal Thai Embassy in Phnom Penh, welcome and stand ready to support Cambodian companies and investors from other Lancang Mekong countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the forum today will serve as an excellent opportunity for all of the participants to be informed about new trends in food processing industry sector and Cambodia's agro-food processing market, investment policy, and potential business partners. Finally, I wish you all the best and success at the 3rd Lancang Mekong Business Forum 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nirawat Rangse Kanjana, for your kind remarks. Now, to deliver the opening remarks, I am honored to invite His Excellency Chondara, Secretary of State, Ministry of Commerce of Cambodia, to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give His Excellency a big round of applause.
Good morning to everyone. Lancang President of Cambodia Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Sijan Vichitlikhan, Executive Director, Mekong Institute, Mr. Nirwat Rangsi Kanchana, Minister Counselor, Royal Thai Embassy to Cambodia. Excellency Lancang, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and honor for me to attend the opening ceremony of Lancang Mekong Business Forum today in Phnom Penh City. On behalf of His Excellency Pan Sosak, Minister of Commerce of Cambodia, I would like to express my appreciation to Mr. Siran, Executive Director, Mekong Institute, and Lancang, President of Cambodia Chamber of Commerce, for organizing this important event on Lancang Mekong Business Forum 2022. I also welcome all businessmen, local and foreigner, who are presenting here this morning. Today's forum is playing a significant role as a platform. We offer the opportunity to promote a closer collaboration through accelerating trade and investment cooperation among Mekong Lancang countries. Especially, this forum brings all relevant stakeholders to meet up face-to-face for an exchange of views and ideas on ways to strengthen and expand their business operation on agriculture and agro-food processing sector. I am also pleased to see the complementary of the Mekong Lancang country with other Mekong sub-regional mechanisms, in particular through the Mekong Lancang Country Special Fund. Cambodia has benefited from 67 projects amounting to more than $20 million that support a broad range of operation activity in the field of rural development, poverty alleviation, water resources, agriculture, air connectivity, education, cultural heritage preservation, as well as women empowerment, among many others. In this context, the Royal Government of Cambodia has focused on inclusive of promoting agricultural sector and sustainable development, such as promoting the development and implementation of Master Plan for Agricultural Sector Development 2021-2030 and Agricultural Sector Strategic Development Plan 2019-2023. In this connection, Cambodia focused on upgrading the processing industry through the promotion of private investment in agricultural products with high potential such as rice, cassava, mango, cashew nut, banana, rubber, vegetable, etc., through the preparation of strategy for each type of crops. Furthermore, under the Cambodia ASEAN Chairmanship 2022, ASEAN member states are working with relevant partners to achieve ASEAN Partner Economic Deliverable, which is one of them is development of the ASEAN guidelines on sustainable agriculture that will facilitate creating an agricultural value chain and ensure environmental sustainability. This guideline will enhance farm productivity, serving as a political guide to relevant government bodies and farmers or relevant stakeholders, and encouraging other development related to sustainable industry. By mentioning our favorable environment on agriculture sector policy in Cambodia, I would like to suggest that all foreign investors should have a solid ground to invest in the agricultural sector by taking this opportunity to build networks with Cambodia domestic agribusiness and agro-food processing sector, who I believe are presenting in this room today. Promising investment opportunity existing on rice, cassava, rubber, fruit, and vegetable. I strongly encourage investor, business people, entrepreneurs of the Lancang Mekong country to forge synergy among its development strategy and make the most use of the potential of the regional comprehensive economic partnership that came into force in January 2022 to enhance business exchanges and mutual investment, deepen cooperation on agriculture, agro-food processing sector, border trade, cross-border e-commerce, scientific and technological innovation, and digital economy, and actively participate in the building of the land sea corridor with a view optimizing regional industrial and supply chain. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to stress that even though the COVID-19 pandemic has added to the instability and uncertainty facing the world economy, the Cambodia economy is steadily picking up by the overall growth is positive and trade volume was increased 29% in 2021 compared to 2022. Taking this opportunity, I would like to highlight some of trade, investment, and economic environment in Cambodia. According to the World Bank, Cambodia has become the most open regime for foreign direct investment in ASEAN. Recently, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, and some European investors are finding Cambodia a welcoming home for their business. Cambodia membership in ASEP, in WTO, AFTA, and free trade agreement with China, free trade agreement between Cambodia and Republic of Korea, as well as trade preferences from EU, from US, Japan, Canada, and other developed countries have provided investors with market access to more countries around the world. In this sense, Cambodia has received trade preferences from many developed countries which allow the export of Cambodia products to those markets with duty-free and quota-free. To attract more investors into Cambodia, the royal government has laid out many initiatives to address some challenges by taking measures to reform all sectors, including improvement on some infrastructures, trade facilitation, investment law and regulation, and developing digitalization in the economic system for both public and private sector aimed at improving in doing business in Cambodia. Cambodia investment policy is liberal with open door with good tax incentive. Obviously, the royal government of Cambodia has offered incentive for exemption on income tax up to 5 years and exemption on prepayment of income tax during the period of tax exemption, as well as the incentive for deductible expenses. With peaceful country and political stability, Cambodia gets favorable environment for investors and entrepreneurs to make their business, which, by the way, Cambodia stands ready to welcome all business people and investors from the world to seek the opportunity to make business and investment in Cambodia. I do hope that deepening trade and investment cooperation among Mekong Lancang countries are important more than ever, especially since the world is now getting itself open country in the hope to restore our economy to recovery back to the normal track. Finally, I thank Excellency distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for being here to support this important event. I hope that the event will bring you a fruitful outcome in your long-term business partnership. I wish you all the best and wish the event a great success. May I declare that the Lancang Mekong Business Forum 2022 is officially open from now on. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the wonderful remarks. While His Excellency is still on stage, I would like to call upon Mr. Suriyan Vichilekan, Nek Ognia Kitmeng, Mr. Nirawat Rangsekanjana to join His Excellency on stage for a group photo. In the meantime, Mr. Suriyan will present a token of appreciation to the guest of honor. May I also invite, after the token of appreciation to the guest of honor, may I also invite our other guest of honor, Mr. Rajiv Pradhan, Oknia Limheng, Dr. Tan Monivan, and Mr. Hang Sovidya, and Oknia Sinchanti, and Mr. Tri Sochit on stage for a group photo. Okay, thank you. May I also invite other distinguished guests, speakers and panelists on the second and third row. On the third row, kindly join the stage for the final group photo, please. On the third row, our panelists and speakers for today. Thank you very much. You may return to your seat now. His Excellency and our guest of honor, please stay remain on stage for a token of appreciation from Mr. Suriyan. Thank you very much. To proceed further, I would like to cordially invite Mr. Maruja Dutta to give us an introduction of the business forum and an overview of the agenda today. Mr. Dutta is the Director of Trade and Investment Facilitation Department at Mekong Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Mr. Dutta with a big round of applause.
Your Excellency, Mrs. Chuandara, Secretary of State, Ministry of Commerce, Royal Government of Cambodia, Mr. Suriyan Vichilekan, Executive Director of Mekong Institute, Nek Oknia Kitmeng, President of Cambodia Chamber of Commerce, Representative of Foreign Missions in Phnom Penh, senior officials from the Cambodian government ministries, development partners, representative from the Business Chamber, and associations, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you and welcome to the third Lancang Mekong Business Forum being held in Phnom Penh today and is being organized by the Mekong Institute in collaboration with Ministry of Commerce Thailand and Cambodia Chamber of Commerce, with the support of Lancang Mekong Corporation Special Fund. So I'm here basically to give an introduction of this program today and tomorrow, being held in Phnom Penh. My earlier speakers have already mentioned that today's event is part of the 5-year project, which is being implemented by the Mekong Institute in collaboration with Ministry of Commerce Thailand, supported by the Lancang Mekong Special Fund, and in 5 countries, in People's Republic of China, Laos, PDR, Myanmar, Vietnam, Thailand, and Cambodia. And the project started since 2018, and the final event will be held in 2024 in Beijing. This event was earlier planned in 2020 in Phnom Penh, but due to COVID-19, it has been postponed, and hence we are here to organize this year, which is third of its series in the row. But 2 years we had a gap of this event. The first 2 events were held in Bangkok and in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam in 2019 and 2020. 2018 and 2019. The Lancang Mekong Business Forum, it bridges partnership, strengthens policies, and introduces innovations to boost intra-regional trade in the Lancang Mekong region. As you are aware that trade in our region, in the Lancang Mekong is quite low. It's in the range of around 23%. So this is one of the major issues that what we are trying to do is to promote intra-regional trade so that it will strengthen the regional value chains across different sectors. And this year's theme is on agribusiness, mainly because of the fact that agribusiness is driving and backing up economic and social development in our region. And it is the mainstay of our economies. In Cambodia, since the outbreak of COVID-19, the agriculture sector was not much hurt as compared to other sectors, like tourism or manufacturing or even construction. And the sector shared nearly 22.4% of GDP in 2020. Though its agricultural productions and exports are rising, Cambodia heavily depends on import of processed agricultural goods. Only 10% of Cambodian total agricultural goods are processed within the country. And processed agriculture exports represent only 8% of total exports by value. So today's forum will discuss the challenges and opportunities of agribusiness and processed food sector in Cambodia together to build up the business, or strengthen the business and investment in the Lancang Mekong region. The main goals and objective of this forum is, as I said, for sharing innovations and good practices and challenges and opportunities in the agro-food sector in Cambodia and the Lancang Mekong countries. It is also providing a unique opportunity for the agro-food processing industry sector, particularly the value chain actors, to seek potential partners and build partnership and investment plans throughout these 2 days of interaction. It also allows a transition to sustainable processed food in Cambodia and other LM countries to be established as the ultimate goal. As you know, we are heading towards sustainable business, so this is some of the effort that we are putting to work together with you on sustainability in the food sector business. The key objectives are to exchange business information and market opportunities in the agro-foods processing sector. Another objective is to gain information on new trends in the food sector and also share some innovative products and also sustainable processing. So these are some of the examples our speakers will bring and discuss and share with you today. This forum also aims to establish business connections between Cambodian companies and buyers and investors from Lancang Mekong countries and beyond. For your information, we have nearly 200 participants joining online from the region, around the world, in this forum today. I welcome all of them as well from here. And this forum is also assisting traders and investors to understand Cambodia's agro-food processing sector, market, investment policies, and incentives, and identify potential business partners. Now, what is the format of this forum? So the forum format is 4 parts. We have the business seminar, which will follow after my speech. Then we will have business matching sessions in the afternoon. Then we have an exhibition of Cambodian products and also innovative Cambodian products. And one structured learning visit, that is a field visit that will be held tomorrow. Let me a little bit elaborate on what are these 3 activities. The first event is the business seminar, where we will discuss and share trends of business in processed food sector, emerging technologies in the food industry, and also innovative products. Trade and investment opportunities in our region, and what are the policy support and incentives offered by the Cambodian government. This business seminar, we will have 2 sub-sessions. The first is on panel discussion, and the second is on experience sharing. The first panel discussion, we have lined up 4 important topics for discussion. And we will have eminent experts from the industry sector and also from non-industry sector to share with you on post-COVID-19 recovery, how to promote agribusiness and investment in agro-food. Second, to share with you the mega trends. What are the mega trends in the food sector? Food for future, kind of. Then we will also introduce you the policy support in Cambodia and also the incentives in the special economic zone, arrangement for promoting trade and investment in Cambodia. Then we will have one topic on regenerative agriculture and green investment in the agri sector. So these are the 4 key topics that we will deliberate in the first session of our business seminar. Second sub-session on the business seminar will be on experience sharing of foreign investors in Cambodia and Cambodian food exporters and innovators. So we will have presentation from around 6 of them who will share on trading and investment experience and challenges and opportunities. Then we will also have a showcase of innovative and environment-friendly food products. We will also have a presentation from a company on new technologies for providing smart logistics. We will also have a discussion on challenges and opportunities of the private sector in investment in the region. This session will end by 12 o'clock. So we will break for lunch at 12 o'clock. And we reassemble here for the business matching. For the business matching. So the business matching will be attended by selected agro-food processing companies and service providers from Cambodia, Cambodian buyers, service provider, traders, and investors from other Lancang Mekong countries and other beyond the region as well. This business matching will provide an opportunity to have a direct exposure of Cambodian processed food sector through a platform for conducting concrete business negotiation. We have 2 platforms here. One is on-site, which will happen here today. And we are arranging 7 time slots for companies who have registered, and companies who have received the highest number of requests, online matching, are being requested and provided slots for the business matching here today in the afternoon. So this includes traders, processors, machinery manufacturers or suppliers, technology suppliers, input suppliers, packagers, market and other service providers. Then we have also virtual business matching, which will happen tomorrow. We have provided 14 time slots for companies from the region and also outside our Lancang Mekong region who could not join the meeting today, meeting in Phnom Penh. The third activity is the exhibition. In the lunch break, we will open the exhibition, which is featuring on the processed agro-food products of Cambodia and also products and services from various countries who will be producing their innovative products, displaying their innovative products. Tomorrow, we are planning for a study visit. We will organize, basically, this is not a photo-taking visit, but it will be also a learning. So we call it structured learning visit, where we will bring our participants who are traveling from abroad to visit some of the best practices in Phnom Penh and in special economic zone. So they will basically learn what are the state-of-art technology, what are the facilities involved, and also develop kind of a business-to-business connections there itself. We have also developed a virtual engagement hub. Develop a virtual engagement hub to facilitate the business matching. It is an online engagement hub for the business owners. This is designed in a virtual platform for facilitating the forum participants to conduct online business matching. So in this platform, the participants, the companies are able to showcase their company profile and display their products virtually. It also allows auto matching, in the system based on common interest. For example, a company A is seeking machinery on agro-related. So any agro-related service providers, machinery service providers are automatically connected in that online platform. And that allows us to filter to conduct the business matching so that we can bring the most interested parties together, and it can manage the time as well. This platform is also allowing the search potentials for the partners according to the location, current and target market, etc., etc. And they can also share or send messages across between the parties who have registered, and also reserve their on-site business matching, the time slot as we are providing. It also allows the function to have video calls, so they can continue, with using this platform to have interaction even after the event. For your information, these events, though it appears to be one-off, as I said, this is a project mode, so it is a 5-year project. It will end in 2024. Every year, we are conducting this. This is the 3rd event. And end of this seminar, your feedback is very important because we are compiling it. This is at the seminar. And after the seminar, we are also conducting the monitoring of the businesses, what has happened, as a post-event activity. That we monitor to prepare the end of the year report to all the Lancang Mekong countries that identifies what are the investment patterns, what are the challenges being encountered by the investors, what are the opportunities being created, and how this alliances being created to have, strengthen the product value chain across our Lancang Mekong region. So we have received a very good response. So my staff just mentioned me that here in this hall we have 150 registered participants. And online we have over 200 participants attending this event. And we have good representation of companies. Around 60% are companies from Cambodia, and 25 companies coming from outside Cambodia, from the other 5 Lancang Mekong countries. We also have representatives from the agro-food processing support organization, machinery suppliers, R&D centers, universities related to agro or agriculture related, and also international organizations, international business organizations, and also government organizations are also attending in this event. So I thank you once again for your participation in this event, and I hope you will find this event relevant and useful for promoting your business, for engagement, and we hope to continue in the next coming years so that we can demonstrate what kind of businesses, promotion you are able to do, what kind of business network you are able to establish. So this is basically, we call it the business contact. From here, we want to see that you establish business contracts with investments. So with this, I stop here. I'll continue for the next 2 days interacting with you and look forward for your continued support and engagement. With this, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Duta, for the excellent introduction of the Business Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, our VIP delegates will now leave the forum. Please kindly rise up to bid them farewell. Thank you. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the business seminar section of the agenda today. It is my immense pleasure and honor to introduce our keynote speaker of today, Mr. Suriyan Vichilekan, the Executive Director of Mekong Institute, who will cover the topics on post-COVID-19 recovery, promoting agribusiness and investment in the agri-food processing sector in Cambodia. Widely recognized as a respected development leader and regional integration advocate, Mr. Vichilekan holds over 15 years of experience in delivering innovative approaches and sustainable practices across his specialized areas of agriculture and rural development, public-private partnership, and trade facilitation in the GMS and Southeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you, Jasmine, and once again, very good morning. In the interest of time, I will try to be brief, and the organizer will later on share my presentation, which could be used for your reference or as you may be interested in to go to specific in detail. Well, let me just quickly go through the presentation. I have basically 3 parts just to quickly recap the message that has been presented by Excellency Chuan Dara and also the President of Cambodia Chamber of Commerce. First is about the potential of Cambodia to become a future emerging business hub, particularly in processed food. Second, trying to demonstrate also what kind of potential and also investment opportunity that Cambodia offers. And last but not the least, what are these topics and agenda for post-COVID recovery, particularly for this important processed food and agri-food sector. So I think it has been already mentioned, so I'll be very quick. Few important message here is that Cambodia has been demonstrating a very good fast-growing economy looking from the GDP. So you will see that among the ASEAN countries, Cambodia ranked the first, despite a number of work to be done in order to catch up with other ASEAN countries, but the GDP growth has been very impressive. In terms of projection of COVID recovery, also Cambodia showed an ability to rebound from the impact of COVID, despite the fact that there's no evenly distributed recovery, but potential lies there. Next, please. Okay, we have also received information earlier presented by my colleagues, Mr. Dutta, of the economic performance and potential of the country. If you look into in terms of GDP contribution and also labor force, agriculture sector is still considered among the top 3. Despite the potential, there's still a lot of opportunity that we can see more performance where the agri-food sector can contribute to national development and also contribute to exports. And this is where we would like to zoom in today and see how we can really rebound from the COVID-19 and also promote greater investment and business opportunity in the country. Next, please. Well, one of the elements that I would like to share upfront, and this is where the Lancang Business Forum today would like to touch upon, is to look into how Cambodia has been working so hard in terms of providing incentive and also invitation to become an emerging investment hub for Lancang Mekong country and ASEAN. One is looking in terms of business-friendly environment that the government has put in place several measures. This has been recognized also within the region and outside world. Strategic geographical location. This is particularly in the southern economic corridors linking to various neighboring countries and also the access to maritime transport. preferential market access through a number of regional integration and trade agreement, such as you have GSP privilege, still ASEAN AFTA, RCEP, GMS Economic Cooperation Program. All of these economic integration platform provide an opportunity for investor and business community to use Cambodia as a future investment hub so that this can boost your business. Human resources and quality of life has now becoming improved and therefore become one of the hotspot for expat and also business sector to invest. Looking in terms of agriculture sector, there's a lot of commodity and profile that still has potential to develop. You look into a number of main commodities that's been produced. Rice still stand the major commodity with a lot of potential to meet quality market, particularly in terms of good quality rice, sustainable products, and other products as well. Now, my last slide, I would like to spend a few minutes here to look into post-COVID recovery. And of course, agriculture will continue to be one of the main sectors supporting national economy and offering opportunity for the investor. However, now there will be a shift after the COVID-19. There will be a movement towards sustainable food systems to look into how the food system from production to post-harvest to processing and also value chain until consumer will need to be developed. This is in order to ensure that our food systems remain to be functional and become resilient. Food safety and quality aspect will continue to be fundamental core importance in this business sector. And therefore, more investment, more attention, we need to look into how we can show that our products are safe and also in good quality. Over the past few years, we also see a growing trend in terms of green and sustainable diversified products across a number of countries, particularly in processed food. There are now a growing trend in adopting environmental, social, and governance best practices and standards, including this manufacturing sector of agri-food products. This likely to also become a new topic for investor because it's not only important within Cambodia, Lancang Mekong sub-region, but also in the global market. We also see the role of green finance and investment, which will not only in terms of supporting broadening investment, but support some sort of green sustainable products. By meeting the demand, emerging demand of the safe and good quality product, one would need to also keep in mind the need for reskill, upskill, particularly labor in the processing sector. The adoption of technology innovation in terms of variety of products, in terms of ready-to-eat food, and also branding and marketing will become one of the major topics if you target quality market within the region and also worldwide. Last but not the least, we need to look into value chain of agribusiness that need to be inclusive, engaging farmers, community, and stakeholders along the value chain so that we can really promote this not only within the country but across the country in the region, tapping on emerging e-commerce and food delivery services, and of course, not the least, the cross-border trade mechanism so that our products can be freer flow through borders through the logistic and multimodal transport. All of this, I hope to be able to echo once again during the subsequent session, and please stay tuned because all of this we would like to discuss with the business community how we can tap on this direction and potential so that Cambodia will become a future business hub, attracting investment and development in the country. So with that, I would like to end my presentation and therefore would like to proceed to the next program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Surian, for your inspiring message. Coming up next is a panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by reputable agro-food processing sector experts as our panelists today. Firstly, I would like to briefly introduce Mr. Madhurya Dutta, who will lead and serve as the moderator of the panel discussion today. Mr. Dutta is the Director of Trade and Investment Facilitation Department at Mekong Institute. He has also served as the Director, Chief of Party of the Mekong Sustainable Manufacturing Alliance at regional program funded by USAID. Earlier, Mr. Dutta also served as Research Director of the Economic Institute of Cambodia. He was also conferred as an honorary advisor to the government of Cambodia through a royal decree by the Prime Minister and the King of the Kingdom of Cambodia. Mr. Dutta has over 24 years of experience in the development sector. His key areas of interest are enterprise development, trade and investment facilitation, and sustainability issues. Mr. Dutta earned his Master of Science in Regional Development Planning and Management from Technical University of Dortmund, Germany. Master degree from Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome him with a big round of applause. Following that, the first panelist I would like to join on stage is she is joined virtually from Thailand today, Dr. Akenong Jangbua, Director of Food, Innopolis, Ministry of Science and Technology of Thailand. Please let's welcome Dr. Akenong Jangbua. The second panelist is Mr. Kan Kunti, Vice President of AMRU Rice in Cambodia. Mr. Kan Kunti, kindly step forward to the floor. Last but not least, I would like to invite on stage is Mr. Rajiv Pradhan, Country Director, Swiss Foundation for Technical Cooperation Office in Cambodia. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin the panel discussion now. Mr. Dutta, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again. So we are starting off our business seminar. This seminar, we have panel 4 speakers, but I think we have only 3 speakers at the moment. One of the speaker will join online from Thailand. So this business seminar, basically we are here to discuss and share the trends of business in the processed food sector, emerging technologies, innovative products, and sustainable agro-food processing and trade and investment opportunities, including policy support and investment opportunities in Cambodia.
Apologies, Mr. Dutta.
Hello?
Yes, my apologies. We still have one more panelist that we would like to invite on stage. Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Suan Sofal, Director of Public Relations and Promotion of Private Investment Department, the Council for the Development of Cambodia. Please kindly join the panelists on
Excellency,
stage.
Mr. Suan Sofal. Hello? Yeah, please. Sorry, we have 4 confirmed panelists. So one of the panelists will join from Thailand online, and 3 of the panelists are here. We will have 10 minutes for each of the panelists to give introduction of the topic. And I would request the participants to keep your questions ready. So we will take the questions at the end of the presentations. So we will open up the floor for Q&A. So this panel discussion, we will follow 4 main topics. The first topic we will be discussing on the post-COVID recovery, promoting agribusiness and investment in agro-processing sector in Cambodia. And the second topic we will be discussing on mega trends and opportunities of food processing sector in the region. Then we will have the third topic, that we will have on the readiness of Cambodia to catch up the mega trends and opportunities. Then we will have the final discussion on the regenerative agriculture and green investments. We have four eminent speakers on these 4 topics. So at the outset, I will start with the topic on mega trends and opportunities of agro-food processing sector in the Lancang Mekong region and the world, products and market innovation, technology, and trade and investment. For this, I am pleased to introduce Dr. Akenong Changbua. She is the Department Director of Food Innopolis under the National Science and Technology Development Agency of Thailand, NASDA. Ms. Dr. Akenong Changbua is currently the director, and she is also a member of a team squad for policy and strategic planning, who set up and run Food Innopolis since the beginning, and she has over 20+ years of experience working in area of science and technology, innovation management. Her main areas of practice involves development of innovation ecosystem, such as science parks, business incubator and accelerator, areas of innovation, as well as strategic development of tools and mechanism to facilitate and support technological innovations. So Dr. Changbua will join online. So may I request our support service to kindly provide the access to Dr. Changbua, and we all welcome you. A round of applause to Dr. Changbua, please. Yes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be back here again for the Lancang Mekong Business Forum. I attend your last business forum in Vietnam when you organized it in 2019, I believe. And so I have only 10 minutes to talk about the quite a big topic on a mega trend and opportunities of agro-food processing sector. So I think I will just proceed and be brief. Can I think I'll share my slide. Can you see my screen? Okay, right. So I will be talk a lot about the mega trends and opportunities, but let me use my first 2 minutes to introduce you where I'm from. So I'm from Food Innopolis, Thailand. We are the food innovation platform in Thailand, and we established about almost 5 years ago. And we are RDI hub for food industry. We work in a network of across Thailand, and we also have the network in province working with universities, and also in northeastern of Thailand. We have quite a good facilities that we can help with food processing from Cambodia and in this region. So if I have time, I'll later on in at the end of the discussion. So back to my topic. It's talk about mega trends and opportunities for agro-food sectors. So, but what actually mega trend is? So mega trend is not the trend itself. It's a large-scale change in various aspects, including social, economic, political, environmental, technology change. And this will affect several activities in the economy. So the mega trends can be seen as a driver behind new emerging trends. So it's difficult to describe trend as a single item, and they also cause influence on another. So I will be talking about the mega trends that affect the global agri-food sector. this trend has been discussed even before the pandemics, and I believe it's true. And we still see these mega trends and change that affects on food industry. This mega trend include demographics and income trend that we will see 10 billion people in 2050. And also we will have the consumption pattern emerging trends that changing, technological change. So technological innovation could increase the yield 30%. And also the climate change, which is quite a big issue for us in terms of food processing, because agriculture itself produce a lot of greenhouse gas effects. And also we might see higher rate of undernutrition because we don't have enough food for our people. And also food waste. We see that 1/3 of food waste is being lost, and food loss and food waste are estimated to be 1.3 billion tons every year. So this is quite a big issue. And last but not least is the competition for natural resources. So the natural resource will become even scarce in 2050s, where we have more people, but the natural resource to produce will be less. And 50% of water uses is for agriculture. So this is the mega trend. And when we talk about mega trends, what are the change? What are the drivers that drive this trend, this mega trend? So in Foodinopolis, Thailand, we have finished a foresight workshop on agri-food sectors in Thailand, the futures food in Thailand. And I'd like to share you some key driver for agri-food sectors in Thailand. I believe is true also in Mekong, Lancang regions, and also for the world, for the global issues. One is climate change. And the second one is food technologies that comes as a key drivers. And we see a lot of food securities and digital technology. So these are the driver for change in the futures. Back to our main focus, what are the trends then? Trend in food processing. We see the trends in food processing of using new technology development, using new ways of food products, new raw materials. We start to find kind of alternative source of protein, plant-based proteins, and new resources. We saw a lot of novel food and new protein sources. That's also the trends. And also the trend of increased nutrition awareness of consumers. And they also taking into account of environmental impact. So that means when they buy, they consider, even they will pay more, they would be willing to pay more to preserve the natural resources. And also we see the trend of change in lifestyle, especially during the pandemic in the past 2 years. People concerned about minimum processing. We tend to eat food that less processed. We tend to eat natural food products with mild production conditions. Also, we heard a lot already about the pandemics and the post-COVID situation, what affects the food industry. What impact on COVID-19 on megatrends? I think I'll summarize in 5 key points. So one is the consumer lifestyle already changed overnight. So that's the change in the industry. So the business itself have to react fast, and they have to change a lot to survive, because consumers themselves have the new way of shopping. So we start to change from going to the grocery or to the market to do the online shopping. So producers, manufacturers also have to adapt to those new behaviors, the new normal behavior of the consumers. And also consumer consume with caution consumption. So as I mentioned, they will be very caution what they eat. Would there be the healthy products? Would there be the products that helped to preserve the environment? And the shipping consumer value that they will pay to support products that will preserve all the natural products, natural resource as well. And last, health and wellness is the front of mind. So food business should take this into consideration and evolving their developments along the way. So I think my last two slides will touch upon what is the three big global food megatrend and how food manufacturers can capitalize on this. So in a nutshell, three big food megatrend would be clean label, a healthy food, good for me, food that's good for me, and also sustainability. So when we speak of clean label, people, when they concern more about their health, so they will seek more product that's cleaner. They know what they eat. They know what inside. They know where these products are from, what ingredients in there. So that's things about the clean label. For the healthy and good for me, people will increase focusing on health. Eating plant-based will come and will stay for a numbers of years. And also alternative protein, not only plant-based, but alternative protein, other sorts of proteins. And also the change on on-the-go consumption. What is on-the-go consumption? On-the-go consumption means that instead of you increase the, it means that you increase the shelf life and you don't need to put your food in the refrigerators. So that will fit with the new normal lifestyle of people. And last is the sustainability. Process sustainability with smart solutions. So smart farmings with less product waste, less cleaning during production process, and also while
就是那个样品，它是因为它是物理系统啊，它不存在那个就是会改变样品的。
Sorry. My last slide would be, this is I borrowed this from Mintel. They do have a kind of reports of global food and drink trends. So this is the trend. So what next in the next 10 years? So we'll see the changes. So company need to work together, and company will take the lead in this. And they need to work, collaborate with the knowledge resources, and also public-private partnership will help to incorporate the change. Second is smart diet. Smart in terms of what? Smart in terms of we start to see personalized food a lot, and we will see that consumer themselves use a lot of data. So producers have to embrace this and make sense of data they collect to produce the food. And last is high-tech harvest. So science and technology will have a big roles in this, and we'll see a lot of indoor farming, precision farming. So company needs to adapt the synthetic created ingredient food and drink services. So this is I think my time is up, and if you have more questions, we can discuss and during the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Akanong, for your perspective and sharing an in-depth information on the, on the food sector, on the mega trends and opportunity. You have highlighted the mega trends that refers to demographic, consumption pattern, technology, and climate change. At the same time, you have also shared with what are the drivers of these mega trends. And you have also shared on what kind of impact it is basically going to create. And also you have highlighted what kind of industry, food industry, need to do in the next 10 years, or what kind of industries are going to be well positioned, and where you emphasize on public-private partnership. Then you have also talked of high technology, precision farming are going to be the main areas of work in the next couple of years. So thank you once again, and I hope you please stay with us, because we, after presenting all these next three presentations, we will open up the Q&A questions. Thank you once again. Our next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Sophal Suon. Mr. Sophal Suon will share with us on the policy support, incentive, and special economic zone of Cambodia, its arrangement for trade and investment, particularly in the agro-food industry sector. Excellency Sophal Suon has held a number of leadership roles in the public and the private sector in Cambodia. He is currently the Director of Public Relations and Promotion of Private Investment at the Council for Development of Cambodia. In his career at the CDC, he has been involved in regional economic cooperation, including ASEAN Investment Area, Greater Mekong Sub-Region Economic Program, UNESCAP Asia Pacific Foreign Direct Investment Network, ECMEC, and also the Investment Facilitation Framework of ASEAN and ASEAN-China Investment Agreement. So we welcome you very much, Excellency Sophal Suon, and I hand over the floor to you for your presentation. Thank you very much.
Very good afternoon. Good morning. Sorry. Appreciate this opportunity to join this very first business forum that hosted by MICE, the Mekong Institute in Cambodia, in the time that Cambodia open completely for a full vaccinated traveler come to Cambodia. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk after Dr. Akenong, which she brought a mega trend in the agri-food processing in the world. I think this is the topic that not only interested by Cambodia, but the region and the world is discussing on how we promote these sectors. Join with the other speakers, I'm act as a messenger from the Council for Development of Cambodia, where I bring a envelope of investment policy support in Cambodia for what we are preparing to promote agri-food investment in Cambodia. Next slide, please. I will talk here in 2 points. First, to share with you the platform that we already established to promote agri-food investment, and the approach that we put in place to help investment in agri-food to grow together here in Cambodia. The second part of my slide presentation here touch on the leveraging existing investment environment for the industrial linkages, where we adopt not to compete with the other neighboring country, but the approach that use a collaboration. That here I can also rest assured that Cambodia put effort to collaborate with our neighboring country to see how agri-food investment can share the values of what we have done together. Next slide, please. We established the Cambodia Agri-Food Investment Days under the Council for Development of Cambodia. Last year, we are able to establish these days and work together with the assistance provided by the Australian government. These days to promote and attract as well as retain foreign direct investment in agriculture, agribusiness, and food processing through the diversified sources and types of foreign investment. The work we are going to do under these days is also introducing innovation and technology into the sectors. I think these have to deal with the collaboration that we are looking to work together with other stakeholders. And today, I see what Mekong Institute have bring about the theme that will allow us to work together to promote this kind of sectors. We see the way that we could enhance the collaboration between these players. The days will work to attract and create a higher value-added job for a new investment with a new foreign capital to Cambodia. To serve that platform, we also create a online platform to assist investors in agri-food and also in the supporting industry, where we call the supplier database with sustainability dimension, the SD2 platform. This already linked to our investment website so that the agri-food investment can use this platform to find the suppliers and to find the partner. And this is something I want to share with you. Next slide. The days itself, we have a focal point from relevant ministry to assist these days that we call Agri-Food Investment Days. They are from the Council for Development of Cambodia, the Ministry of Economy and Finance, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Commerce, and also Ministry of Industry, Science, and Technology, and Innovation. We are now working to support and streamlining the investment procedures. We, as I told you, that we have a supplier database. We want to have a supplier linkages, not only within Cambodia, but the region and the world. And that database already established with the cooperation we done with the World Economic Forum. So I think this could make Cambodia a supplier database using with a wide spectrum. We also commit to have a factory establishment and to help them import-export procedures. And as a one who will help agri-food investment. The vegetable and fruit specialists will be equipped under these days to help them see what we can do to make sure that investment in agri-food processing should be made. And we further expand to have a grant specialist in place, manufacturing specialists in place for the purpose of helping a food processing manufacturing in Cambodia. To facilitate and to help this function well, in line with the new law on investment, which is promulgated last year in October, we adopt a pro-business approach where a facilitation spirit is there, and we provide a full package of investment incentive, which I will give you later on. And we also work on the aftercare. And this is something the Council for Development in Cambodia put in the policy framework to have investment. On the investment facilitation, we commit to have investors within 20 working days. That the new investment law allow us to give a single registration certificate to investors that we call the qualified investment project, which is entitled to receive investment incentive under the new investment law. And that registration can be done dually, whether in the physical, or you can apply in the IT platform that we have already put in place. In addition to supplier database, we have the QIP online with link to Cambodia Data Exchange, and this will help investors to apply investment project to CDC much easier. The registration certificate shall be affixed with a barcode with identification number or QR code so that the general information, basic information of the company can be used by the relevant ministry to work on the other permit providing to the investors. That not to disturb you too much to submit the same document to the other ministry and relevant agency. This is something we want to make much more easier in terms of investment facilitation. When you receive that certificate, you may be beginning your implementation of the project automatically, but we ask you to fulfill some permission from the other ministry to get started in terms of a construction, your factory, so on and so forth. When you start doing the implementation of your project, we provide you a fiscal incentive, which we make that provide you a basic incentive, additional incentives, and a special incentive. Here I give you a basic incentive, which we give you two options that you can choose. First, if you choose for the income tax exemption, you will receive for 3 to 9 years from the time of the first earning of income. And after tax exemption finished, you may get a progressive rate to 6 years after that. It means the first 2 years after income tax exemption, you pay only 20% of the amount you are going to pay tax. The next 2 years, you use only 50% to pay tax. this progressive rate providing under this new investment law. And the last 2 years, you will pay only 75% of the amount that you are going to pay tax, which is equivalent to 5%, 10%, and 15% for this 6 years. After that, you will pay a full tax rate of 20%. So if you look at this option 1, you will have a tax exemption almost 15 years if you do more on the agriculture sectors. And in addition to this, you can get a prepayment tax exemption during the income tax exemption period. You don't need to pay that prepayment tax. You are exempted from the minimum tax, provided that you use a independent audit report, and you can get the export tax exemption when you want to export to outside of Cambodia. If the investment project that use a capital intensive, they can opt for the option 2, which we allow them to deduct from the capital expenditures through special depreciation, where we allow them to deduct up to 40% in the first years and can follow by the accelerated depreciation. And we also allow them to have a deduction up to 200% of specific expense incurred for up to 9 years. So you have special depreciation, you have the eligibility for deducting up to 200 of specific expense that you have. And this option 2 receive the same thing in addition to prepayment, minimum tax, and export tax. And in addition to these 2 options, investment for export QIP or supporting industry that you are invested in Cambodia, you are subject to get a tax exemption, custom duty, special tax and value-added tax exemption for construction material, construction equipment, and production input. So in addition to that too, you have all of these things. The second thing, if you are in the domestically oriented QIP, investment project, you are entitled to get the custom duty, special tax, and value-added tax exemption for construction material, construction equipment, and production input. Production equipment. For production input, for those who are invested in domestically oriented QIP, it means you produce and you sell in domestic market for your product. Production input will be determined by the financial management law or the sub-degree that we are working annually to see how we can support you if your domestic-oriented QIP are giving the social benefit to the economic development of Cambodia. We are preparing to give you additional incentive if you do more. If you buy a local product or locally made production input for implementation of your project, you are getting a value-added tax exemption. This is something that we give you. If you spend just for the welfare of your worker and to enhance your company productivity through a research, development, innovation, provision of vocational training, construction of accommodation, canteen, nurseries, and other facilities, including upgrading machineries and provision of welfare for Cambodian workers, you are allowed to deduct all of those expense 150% to the tax deduction for the tax base. You will also get an entitlement to income tax exemption for expansion of your project. This is something new that the new investment law provided in consideration that when you expand your project, you can get this, but the rest will be determined by the sub-degree. And you are also entitled to get a special incentive. If one day your investment fall under in any specific sectors and investment activity that have high potential to contribute to national economic development. And this we will determine annually under the law on financial management. So hopefully agriculture, agri-food processing will be part of that specific sector that we are going to provide special incentive in the next year. So you will get that special incentive. A special incentive we will determine by the new sub-degrees and financial management law. The commitment that we put under new investment law, we give you a full guarantee and protection on all of this. We work together to make sure that you will have a warm enough in terms of investment aftercare. We provide you treatment with no discrimination, no nationalization. If your project are subject to get the nationalization, you will get the fair and equitable compensation. We commit with no expropriation, no price control on your product or service you produce in Cambodia, and we allow you free transfer of capital. Not only bring in and bring out, the profit you earn in Cambodia, you can transfer freely, and we protect your intellectual property. This is the commitment that we are putting under this new law, and we provide a aftercare service. The aftercare service recently at the policy level, the government-private sector forum have already functioned well since 1999. Prime Minister commit to that at the policy level, but technical level at the Council for Development Cambodia, we are working to provide you a daily basis for aftercare services. This is part of, I want just to share you briefly on what we prepare for the supporting logistic infrastructures and SEZ development that we put in place to welcome you. This is a commitment that we put to link Cambodia to the neighboring country, make use of Southern Economic Corridor, link Cambodia to Vietnam, to Thailand, to Laos, and to the rest of the region. And this is something that we put for you to invest in Cambodia. Part of our work that we build a network for the special economic zone. Our collaboration approach here is we want to move all that linkage between Cambodia to neighboring country, make use of the special economic zone along the border that you can invest in Cambodia, still use next door infrastructure that you can use type infrastructure when you use in Cambodia special economic zone at the Cambodia-Thai border. And you also can use Vietnam infrastructure when you use in special economic zone in the border of Cambodia, Vietnam. And we have now 59 special economic zone approved. Among that, 36 SEZ already granted a sub-degree to implement, and another 29 SEZ is already operation, mostly along Cambodia, Thai border, Cambodia, Vietnam, and also at the coastal area to facilitate the investment so that they can link Cambodia to the rest of the world. I finished my short presentation here, but I will take this opportunity to encourage you to get this special briefing of the new investment law, which I think my colleague have displayed outside of the room. Try to grab one piece of this book, and you will see the detail of how Cambodia prepare something to make you grow together in Cambodia. So I take this opportunity on behalf of the management team at the Council for Development Cambodia to welcome you here, and also those in online participation. Consider to visit Cambodia. We are ready to help you. We are at your disposal. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your very inspiring and informative presentation of investment promotion in Cambodia. You have touched on two main important points on leveraging the existing environment, and also you have shared the platform that you have created for agri-food investment in Cambodia. At the same time, you have also highlighted the importance of linkages with the neighboring countries. I think this is very crucial. In the morning, our speakers also highlighted how we need to integrate in the region as well. So this will give a lot of impetus in cross-border investment in the Lancang Mekong region. For our participants who are looking forward for investment, this piece of information, what Excellency has shared, is very useful. And the platform is up and running online. So kindly visit, and you can obtain necessary information for your investment decisions. Excellency, that we also mentioned here, you might be aware that through the China Cooperation, we have also established or created the Lancang Mekong Special Economic Zone database. So you have rightly highlighted here that you also building up that network of SCZ, and we are creating, it's a mega database, which is up in progress now. That allows for inter-exchange of commodities, investment flows, that we are trying to build up. It is not ready yet, but still underpopulated. So that is also helping a lot. At the same time, we have also created the Greater Mekong Sub-Region Logistic Database. So that allows the logistic service providers and transporters to access information and to build up business connections. So this kind of database, as we are getting into the digital platform more and more, I think this kind of database are very useful for us to access the market, get connected within the region, and access relevant and other timely, obtain timely information. Thank you once again, Excellency, for your time and sharing such valuable information in this forum. And last point again, I would just want to highlight this platform that you have created for agribusiness in Cambodia. We are also creating a similar database. So this is the third event in a row. We have nearly 800 business owners registered. So by 2023, at end of this project, we will have around 1,500 businesses registered in agro-related activities across the agro value chain. So that could be a very good, rich source of database for our investors to, to navigate, to look across different partners and look for possibilities of collaboration. Thank you once again. These are some of the highlights that I just wanted to share with you. Our next speaker is from the private sector, and he is Mr. Kan Kunti. He is a Vice President of Amru Rice. He has over 5 years of experience in very senior strategic role in the agro business. So he has also traveled widely in this particular sector, and he is here to share with us the readiness of Cambodia to catch up the mega trends. So what our speaker from Thailand shared this morning, so now I will listen to Mr. Kunti, how Cambodia is prepared, or what are the opportunities that you see immediately in these mega trends in the food sector, and what preparedness is required for our Cambodian food sector to position themselves or to remain competitive or build up competitive in these growing mega trends in the food sector. Over to you, Mr. Kanti.
Thank you, my dear friend Duta. We know each other quite a long time. I myself and the company itself have been the benefit from MI. We went to Thailand, went to Vietnam, visited Guangxi, the special economic zone, and we even went to Canada. So, yeah, thanks you again, and nice to see you after a couple of years of pandemics. Yeah, there has been a lot of presentation this morning already, especially from the various experts and speaker from the Mr. Suryan Vichit Nakan, the Executive Director of Mekong Institute, already shared the high level of Cambodian GDP and the agro-processing contribution to the economy. From Duta already shared the information about Cambodia. Of course, Cambodian agriculture only contributing about 20% to the GDP. I think most of the challenge is that just look at it, just about 10% of Cambodian agricultural crops or commodity are being exported as the process. 90% being exported either formally or informally to our neighboring country as a raw material. So that's where the value added has not been created in that sense. So there's a lot of opportunity. And this morning there's also sharing from Dr. Akanon from the Food Innopolis National Science and Technology from Agency. As you can see that by 2050, we're looking in the next 30 years, there's a lot of issue in terms of overpopulation, both bracing the challenge, but also the opportunity. When more people, more opportunity for this. And I took the attention that food waste and food loss alone already 1/3 of this. So you just look at the opportunity of the business opportunity in terms of how to save food loss and food waste. There's 1/3 of the loss. Then there's a lot of opportunity already. And thank you this morning to Excellency Sun Sapal for sharing what CDC has done as well. My previous company, my colleague here, we were also QIP, so we got a lot of benefit, and that's the reason why Cambodian rice industry has developed due to the open policy from Royal Government of Cambodia, especially under the leadership of Samdech Techo Hun Sen. That's why we are here today, and I'm very happy to see a new development with a lot of incentive for that. Without further ado, I like to share the video of Amru rice.
Amru Rice started rice trading in 2011, and since 2013, the company has been embracing a contract farming business model at organic rice and sustainable rice platform standards.
យើងបាន develop បានធ្វើការសិក្សាស្រាវជ្រាវទៅច្រើនតាក់ទងទៅនឹងប្រភេទនៃអង្គដែលយើងមើលឃើញភាគច្រើនគឺអង្គសម័យពីមុនដែលមួយចំនួននោះបានបោះបង់ទៅហើយប៉ុន្តែក្រុមហ៊ុន Amru Rice គឺជឿថាយើងនឹងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលខុសប្លែកពីអ្នកដទៃនៅអ្វីដែលយើងមានហើយគេធ្វើអត់បាន
We believe in trust, that only the important things to build the gate between farmers and the Amru Rice. And we also believe that the company can grow because of the quality and safety.
Amru Rice started rice trading in 2011, and since 2013, the company has been embracing a contract farming business model at organic rice and sustainable rice platform standards.
យើងបាន develop បានធ្វើការសិក្សាស្រាវជ្រាវទៅច្រើនតាក់ទងទៅនឹងប្រភេទនៃអង្គរដែលយើងមើលឃើញភាគច្រើនគឺអង្គរសម័យពីមុនដែលមួយចំនួនហ្នឹងបានបាត់បង់ទៅហើយប៉ុន្តែក្រុមហ៊ុន Amru Rice គឺជឿថាយើងនឹងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលខុសប្លែកពីអ្នកដទៃនៅអ្វីដែលយើងមានហើយគេធ្វើអត់បាន
We believe in trust, that only the important things to build the gate between farmers and the Amru Rice. And we also believe that the company can grow because of the quality and safety.
Amru Rice strongly commits toward the vision of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, with the company's CSR work directly benefiting the communities and environment in the areas where it operates. Amru Rice also tirelessly strives to diversify into niche market segments to add more value and enhance its corporate margins.
We can't do it with just normal commercial banks. Rather, we are getting good results working with what we call impact funders or impact investors. And they support Amru to make sure that the benefits from the business that we do also flow on to the farmers.
So through our control contract farming, the consumer not only receiving quality of products, but also support in a way that providing the premiums to the farmer, so that the farmer earn more incomes to sustain their life.
Amru Rice has modernized its factories to be fully equipped with high-end machinery and Industry 4.0 systems to ensure the company is compliant with international quality standards. Amru Rice has introduced blockchain technology to increase traceability of products between farmers and Amru Rice. And this is an area where young people in farming communities have played an important role in training adults to utilize this technology to improve the quality of their rice, from seeds until harvesting.
Farming technology to address climate change and the new technology deep down to the farmer is quite challenge. And we believe this thing can move the farmer out of poverty and also building the company become a regional and international player in terms of food safety and supply of healthy food in the world.
Amru Rice launched its own rice brands in 2014 and will have exported some 80,000 to 100,000 tons of milled rice by 2022 to more than 40 countries around the world. The company is partnering with Nordic food partners in Denmark to pack and distribute organic jasmine rice across Europe.
We have a food safety team and technical packaging that meet to the buyer requirement order from the small packaging to the bulk.
Amru Rice's corporate vision aims to ensure commercial and social sustainability that is fully dedicated to each consumer and every single rice grain.
We would like to see the people consume the high quality rice and safety in responsible, sustainable and ethical way.
Produced in 2019. So Amru Rice has been, as of today, we have been established more than 11 years, and we have benefited a lot from the policy from the Cambodian Royal Cambodian government of Cambodia on that. And we have worked a lot, not just only on the getting the Cambodian product into the global market, but building the supply chains inclusive, sustainable, ethical, in a way that, if you look into Cambodia, when you're working with farmers, most of them are small scales. So you have to work with different ways. So in that sense, we have been working with more than 100 agricultural cooperatives all over Cambodia that representing more than 10,000 small scaleholder farmers, and more than 55% of that are women. So we consider that we have been very successful in rice. And in 2017, we initiated another model that AMRU as a co-owner based on the 4P platform, public-private producer partnership, where AMRU as a shareholder, but we have more than 36 agricultural cooperatives, also a shareholder with the support from Royal Government of Cambodia through Ministry of Economic and Finance, and working directly with the RDB, now ARDB. So we have diversified, not just only on rice, because when we work with small scale holder farmer, we see and we understand that you cannot have a decent living income just depending on rice, because rice as commodity it's very cheap, it's very affordable. So we see other opportunities. So we have diversified into organic cassava. We partner with Thai company that have a factory in Vietnam. So you see it's a Mekong. And we have also diversified into cashew nut. And at the moment, we're also exploring the opportunity in the fruit and vegetable, because based on the study by Center of Policy and Research Study in 2019, Cambodian only able to produce about 50% of the vegetable consumed in Cambodia. Other 50% have to be imported. And this was very obvious during the pandemic, where there's a border closing where you cannot export your products and also you cannot import. And everyone here in the room, especially in Phnom Penh, you can see that the price of vegetable has gone up 2 times or 3 times. So, and as a company, we also invested a lot on infrastructure. We take the leadership in terms of investing in a latex technology. So the good news is that Cambodia come late into this. When you come late with technology, you don't need to use all old technology. You can go directly into the new technology. And with 65% of Cambodians are under 35 years old, so we have a very young population, especially with the new generation. They're very tech savvy. And we have piloted the blockchain technology in a way that, this morning one of the experts already shared in terms of the mega trend, what are the change. The change is how people consume the food, how people order the food, right? So the reason that we invested and we initiate in blockchain or whatever technology you call it, people buy the food not only just focusing on the quality they're getting, but also the impact they're creating into this food supply in terms of environment, in terms of sustainability, in terms of socio-economic, in terms of women empowerment, in terms of trust. So with this blockchain technology, we are able to bring different players within the platform, like consumer, producer, supplier, and ourselves as the buyer and purchaser on the same platforms. So when everyone is on the same platform, you create a trust and transparent. And when the consumer in Europe or in US, especially we call it consumer, when they buy the product, they scan your QR code and they know where your product coming from and what are the benefits you're giving back to the environment, you're giving back to the farmer, because there has been a lot of report that the farmer are getting poorer the more they do farming, the farmer are being exploited. So I'll close my sharing here and happy to take more questions on the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kunti, for sharing the best practices your company is doing, and you have also highlighted what's the need of value add, particularly in the processing sector, agro-processing sector, to increase the export basket of Cambodia in the processed food. You have shared your company experience in contract farming, on CSO work, and also how you are building a resilient supply chain across in your company's activities. And as you mentioned, diversification is very important, and your company is also doing that. And this is, I think, setting an example to others who are able to diversify and make investments on some emerging areas within the food sector to remain competitive, to access new markets and potential markets, and to keep themselves of any kind of shocks that might happen, and also to restructure according to the mega trends and the demands in the global sphere. At the same time, you also highlighted about the technology adoption, how it is helping and how possibly could help and its benefit in your business sector. So thank you once again, my good friend and a long partner of Mekong Institute, Amru Rice, and showcasing your experience and sharing your best practices with us here. Thank you once again. Our next speaker is Mr. Rajiv Pradhan. He is the Country Director of Swiss Contact, a Swiss Foundation for Technical Cooperation. He is responsible for the country operations in Cambodia, looking after the business development, alliance with the government and partner engagement, operation and strategy development, and looking after 4 projects in Cambodia. So Mr. Rajiv will speak on the regenerative agriculture and green investment. It's a very interesting topic. We are here to listen to you. Over to you, Mr. Rajiv.
Thank you, Madhu. Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I know we're really late in time, so I'll try to even do it earlier. So it's a new term we're introducing, regenerative agriculture, just for Swiss Contact. It's a Swiss-based NGO. We operate in 38 countries. We've been here since 2016. We harness on the power of the government and the private sector. I don't want to go into detail of the organization. If you have more, we can talk during the break. The 3 things I want to touch, and I'm really happy in the preceding from the executive director as well as all the distinguished panelists and speakers touched on the need of climate change, the greenhouse gas emissions, and the mega trends that's coming up. So I think it's really great that I go focus. So I'll look at the need to look at sustainable food systems, the initiatives that is going on in Cambodia, and why we need to align with the global initiatives. So this starts quickly from the food. I think this is 2009 UN General Assembly, second summit, that world needs double the food production by 2050. We just heard that from a distant speaker from Amru Rice as well. There's also the other fact that 1.7, our resources are depleting quickly. In 8 months, we consume all the resource every year. So which means we're deficient of 4 months, and that's a 1.75. So that's a fact, researched facts. And then you do need to look at the full, again, I don't need to repeat, I think all experts are sitting in the room. I'm no expert on this. But I will focus on today on the production side and the initiatives in Cambodia on moving towards sustainable systems. I even dare to term the coin now regenerative agriculture, because that's what Nestle is going to invest 1.2 billion within 2025 on the subject of regenerative agriculture. I don't want to go in detail right now, but that, and we can discuss this later, but that is about sustainable systems in the food chain. What is really great in Cambodia is there's a lot of initiatives that have happened. Land degradation is a fact, 6.3 million people live on degraded land, 42%. On the GDP, and this is from the UN Convention on Combating Desertification, they've done a study and says Cambodia is losing $677 million a year. That's 3% of your GDP. And that is startling. We need to do something. So there is a need to move towards sustainable agriculture, regenerative agriculture practice. It's high time. But this is nothing new to Cambodia. Cambodia has been working on this since 2004. In Kampong Cham, in Bokno Station, under the Department of Land Resource Management, research has been done. You will see from 2004, research has been done. These are different governments, projects that have supported it. In 2018, also, Swiss Contact has been involved since then, working with the engagement with the private sector and now working on the policy level, and I'll show you in a bit what that is. So this is interesting, and I'll show you what businesses can do, should help, and how much market there is here. So it's really interesting, or rather what I'm saying is Cambodia is not new to this. We've been doing a lot. Now is the time now to garner up all our support and then push it further. And the sector needs the business to act. And then Cambodia on the higher level, we're committed to 3 conventions. The first convention is the the UN Convention on Combating Desertification. There was a document signed 2018 by the Excellency Minister, Excellency Van Sakon, also endorsed by Samdak Prime Minister of this on the National Action Plan to combat degradation. This talks about increasing soil health by 1-2%. Recently, under Excellency Soxilo, you will see the food systems roadmap. I think a lot of you were involved in that. And there is a UN Food Systems Summit 21. I think there's another in 22. So there has been a lot of commitment in this document as well. There's a full roadmap under Excellency Soxilo, under the Cambodian Agriculture, at the Ministry of Council of Ministers. Finally, the most important convention is under the convention UNFCCC, as they call it, UN Framework Convention for Climate Change. Under that, Cambodia has committed to mitigate, adapt carbon and reduce by 48%. And that's where the private sector now starts coming in. Here you will see in the document that business as usual, Cambodia will do 144 million metric tons of carbon, if nothing else is done. And this is not just agriculture, this is all the sectors, particularly emission from vehicles and everywhere. But the next slide, what you see is, and this is the target the royal government of Cambodia has taken to reduce by 48% to 64.6 million tons. You will see agriculture is 9.36 there. So that is, but the whole point, 9.6 there. And agriculture actually has not really featured so much. This is under the Ministry of Environment. Tomorrow I'm a meeting with the Climate Change Alliance and the Ministry of Environment, or the Climate Change Department tomorrow, to talk a bit on the focus on agriculture. So this is a commitment Cambodia has taken, and we must, this is not only Cambodia, I think a distinguished panel just before me said 2050, the net zero, everyone is moving towards that. And this is moving towards the net zero. In there, the initiatives Cambodia has taken. So Cambodia, as I said, is again, we're not new, we're doing a lot. Now is the time for the business to wake up and support this. First is on the top I put under the Ministry of Agriculture, the MAF is CASIX. It's a consortium that is just born in May 20 out of the decision letter by Excellency Minister of MAF, is Consortium Conservation, Agriculture and Sustainable Intensification Consortium, under Excellency Dr. Chan Sarut as the Executive Board and under Dr. Excellency Om Kim Ser at the steering. In that, the coordination is around the Center of Excellence, this Boknor, under Dr. Sengwang, Department of Land Resource Management, skills in the Royal University of Agriculture, a new pilot on extension model on conservation agriculture is being done in Battambang and Previer right now under something called Metcascor, under the Department of Land Resource, Department of Extension. The two key ingredients are cover crop. Don't leave the field empty. Cover crop. So that you will see a lot of areas. I think recently in the MAP annual conference, this was also mentioned as a key thing for Cambodia. We do need to plant the cover crop to keep the soil healthy. So there is a market, I'll show you in a bit, and the no-till machines. I don't want to go into detail of these techniques, but if you're interested, we can talk more. And these are the agencies that I've been working on for now, 2004, and recently on the commercialization. Finally, what's really interesting to some of the businessmen, that is people that are sitting here, it's a pilot of transitioning financing that we're working on right now. It's a 3-year piloting on the carbon financing, how to finance the farmers to transition towards carbon finance. Again, no more details here. I'll just finish in 2 minutes. I'm just warned that it's nearly done. So the opportunity is quickly, these are the machines. There's a $500 million business year. So it's up to all of us sitting in the room, business people in the room, let's talk. There is money to be made. Other money to be made, annual crops. There's an annual business of 50 to 100 million. We can look at that. We need to look in the detail. And finally, on the carbon financing, we've heard a lot. We hear a lot about carbon financing. Even if you take at $30 per metric ton of carbon, today, going with the NDC document, up to 2030, there's a $2 billion business in Cambodia on carbon financing. That's the volume of market. I'm not saying the profit. But this is not only agriculture. And if you take agriculture, which is 9.6%, there's $200 million of market in the agriculture field. So it's up to you. Again, these are the back of the envelope calculation. As business people, you will need to sit, dig deep in the data and really say what really is the business. But I just wanted to present you the big picture. The big picture now on the global side, I'll look quickly on this, is there are some serious also global issues that we need to look at, or global initiatives. One is the SDG, we know that, the first one. European Green Deal, which was just signed last year, 21. This is going to come, and it might affect Cambodia as well. Third is the United Nations climate change. I already talked about the NDC. I will not go into that. But the government will start going to trading of carbon from October. The regulations are coming into place. We can talk about that later. And finally is the 4 per thousand. This was launched in the Paris Convention, in the COP21 in Paris. And now that's also, and the whole idea of 4 per thousand is, it's to save 0.4% to enrich the soil by 0.4% of soil carbon in the soil. So these are some initiatives, but the main important initiative is the Sustainable Development Goal. We also heard about that. I put 6, someone said it's around 17. Soil carbon, this initiative will touch 17 goals. But the more important for Cambodia could be this. They're investing, European Green Deal is real now. So the whole continent is saying we're going to be 2050, we're going to go carbon neutral. Which means probably it will also then impact exporters like Amru or anyone to say your importers might start asking these questions. Today we have the SRP is one standard, and SRP, thanks to Amru, Excellency Song Saksoran, that SRP is going to be a reality very soon under the Duban rice crops. We're working on that, so hopefully by June, the Sustainable Rice Platform will be a label that will stay in Cambodia. So this is good. More labels may come in, but more than the labels, if we can get the whole responsible farming into each of the businesses, I don't think you need any labels. I mean, that would be the most successful way. And for Cambodia, a comparative advantage is maybe we can be called a country of green products. Could be. So that's where I leave you with. There is an urgent need to address sustainable production consumption. You've heard it from everybody today. We are taking steps. So Cambodia is not new. Nothing is new, but a lot to be done. There is business opportunities. And I call on the business community, please look at this and let's start discussing. This, and the government is really prepared with everything. So let's start discussing. MAF knows everything. Now MOE, the CASIC has, even the Ministry of Commerce, everyone is in there in the steering committee of the consortium under MAF. And all these will feed into the 2050 Net Zero Target Initiative. And again, I repeat, can we be known as a country producing green products? I think it'll be good. We'll have a good comparative advantage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rajiv, for a very inspiring and thought-provoking presentation. It's opened up a lot of information as well as opportunities for the private sector. So you mentioned that there's a urgent need for sustainable production and consumption. This is the core of our business at the moment. And it will continue for years, of course. And how Cambodia is preparing itself to remain competitive and for the sustainability in the food sector. You also highlighted about the business opportunities in the food process sector, which is coming up, and all the global initiatives to achieve the net zero by 2050 are some of the key messages Mr. Rajiv Pradhan has shared with you. Due to the limitation of time, I will very quickly open up the floor for Q&A. The floor is also open for the virtual floor for our participants who are online. And if you have any questions or any clarification, you can drop it in the chat box. We will collect it from there, and you may direct the question to the speaker, or you can direct it to me. I will share it among the speakers here. So I open the floor for 10 minutes, maximum of 10 minutes to collect few questions. Then we will close the session. Yeah, the floor is to our participants now. I would request you may kindly mention your name, your organization, and direct the question. Not necessary to give an explanation on or the background of your question, please. Yes. Can you please, yeah.
I wanted to ask a particular question relating to chemical fertilizers. Pharmaceutical medicines, they do extensive research in terms of the effect it has on human health before they release the product into the market. Now, is the same level of investigation undertaken by chemical fertilizers. Particularly in Mekong River countries, chemical fertilizers are very extensively used. Has anybody done serious studies the effect on human health of these agricultural exports? And what are the reports that are available on such reports? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your question is related to use of chemical fertilizers and its and how it affects the human health, right? So if anybody has done any kind of research on this in the Mekong countries, so I leave the question open to any of our speakers who may like to share some information on that. Yes, Mr. Kunti.
Yeah, I thank you for the question. I don't think I have the answer for you in terms of whether there's any study or research about it, but what I can share is what we have done as a responsible, inclusive, and ethical company. In terms of reducing this impact, everyone knows that more or less the chemical fertilizer have the impact to human health, and we have seen a lot of initiative from Europe and US to ban certain substances. So as a responsible, inclusive, and ethical company, we try to utilize a lot of the what we call organic fertilizer. I mean, for example, if we talk about rice, you need about 2.5 tons or 3 tons of rice to finish one ton of rice, a finished product. Then you have a lot of waste, like husk, bran, or whatever. So we're using this husk to burn, not 100% burn, but about 70% burn, and we use this husk to produce the organic fertilizer. That's one thing. And if you talk about food, there's a lot of food waste, and this food waste also can consider as organic fertilizer as well. And now you have seen that because of what's happening in Ukraine and in Russia, we have seen that the input, the fertilizer, getting very expensive. On one hand, the farmer cannot sell their product very high, but on another hand, the importation of this fertilizer getting very expensive. So I see this as an opportunity, especially in the Mekong region like Cambodia. You have a lot of products that can be used as organic fertilizer, be it food waste, be it byproducts. When you're working on rice, there's a husk. When you're working on cassava, there's a cassava stems leaf. When you're working on the cashew, there's also a leaf there. So it's a good opportunity for everyone, especially from the government, to regulate this and create this some sort of a green investment opportunity, so that the company, be it local, be it international, invest in this organics. And as a country, Rajib already mentioned, we push a lot in terms of having SOP, Sustainable Rice Platform, initiated by UNEP, to be national chapter of Cambodian agriculture, to grow sustainably, to grow responsibly, because agriculture contributed a lot, not just to this, but also to the climate change. So that would be my sharings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kunti. Any other question or any clarification on? Yes, please, sir.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to ask a question. My name is Sarun Mom. I'm from the local small company in Cambodia. I have some question going straight to speaker from Thailand, one, and another one question to the Cambodian speakers. Yes, for my question going to the Thailand speakers, related to the food waste, because I'm wondering about this. As her presentation showed that 1.3 billion tons per year waste, food waste. And as you know that reflect to the Cambodian as well, because we have a lot to see that a Cambodian farmer, they also have their fruit and going the west like mango or Lancang, they cannot sell to the market. And I would like to, speaker from Thailand maybe can elaborate more closer on the food waste here, because too much if you look at the Africa, the people is very suffering from the food. They need so much, and then through the mega trend study, and then they found that 1.3 billion ton in waste food. I would like her to elaborate more on this issue. And the second question going to the Cambodian, especially for the country relating to the contract farmer. Actually, I have learned a lot about this for many years. So Cambodia company, they have the contract with the farmer, and then the farmer cannot fulfill this condition. And if the farmer, they cannot fulfill the condition based on your contract, how can you, or how measure that you should make meet the farmer? Because like Cambodian agriculture, if they produce the rice, they based on the sky. I think that the raining from the sky, because Cambodian lacking on irrigation system. And if they cannot fulfill, and you also make the contract, and then you will also contract with the abroad to bring the rice to there, and then if they cannot fulfill your condition, how can you discuss with these farmers? That is my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your question. And first, let me request Dr. Akenong to share information related to food waste, as our participant is asking. That is the amount that you mentioned, 1.3 billion tons of food waste each year. So since we have many areas which really require food, so how is this estimate, or how these figures did you get, or you would like to elaborate on your study? Please, over to you, Dr. Akenong.
Thank you very much for the question. So in terms of food waste, food loss during the food processing, so actually if we talk about agri-food value chain, I think the major loss and waste occur 2 points. One is when you have post-harvest. After you get your raw materials, and then you cut it, you prepare it to send it out and sell it fresh, just like that. That is one big chunk of food waste. And also another part will occur during the food processing itself. So these 2 points during the value chain, so they all contribute to the total of world food that lost during the process. So what can food producers or food manufacturers, particularly food processing manufacturers, can do to reduce this? I think it would be they could do several things. One thing is adjust their food processing techniques during the food processing line, so that they have less waste, and also they can use the raw materials more efficiently. The other thing is turn those waste to value. For example, in pineapples, pilot plant, when you grow pineapple and you make fresh pineapple and put it in a can, you imagine how much waste and loss from pineapples until you pack in the pan. But if you use those pineapples and then extract some of the things that you cut it out, those ingredients that have in pineapple can also add value to your product. So that means although you still have some loss, but you create more value from those food waste and food loss. So that's would be my thought.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Akenong. Next question, I have to a bit rush now. Time is running up. The next question is to Mr. Kunti on contractual farmer. So what kind of security do you provide and what is the arrangement? Can you briefly elaborate?
Yeah, thank you for addressing the question to me about the contract farming. We have more than 8 years of experience in contract farming. I think the most important in contract farming is trust, have to be built and have to be earned. So as a company, based on our experience, we invested almost 2 years. The first 2 years, no, you're not getting back. So we call it investment to build this trust. And in Cambodia, as you know, there's a lot of, from 1993, there's a lot of NGO working together, especially on the rural area with the small scaleholder farmer. So the AMRU has been able to put different pieces of puzzle together by working with NGO, by working with the NGO like Swift Contacts, Oxfams, VSO, by collaborating with the Department of Agriculture. And we are starting from there. So we only start to get the commercial volume in the 3rd year. So we have put a lot of effort into that. And the success rate still about maximum we get is about 60% of what we contracted in that sense, and mainly due to the climate change. Also, farmer is still a farmer, regardless you are doing contract farming or whatever, but during this purchasing period, I'm not saying that the farmer is not honest. That's not. If someone coming in and give them a much higher price, they would forego and sell to those middlemen. But we have seen, I think what we have seen beyond this is we bring the stability into the market, even we don't buy from them. So the middlemen know that we are there, they cannot exploit in that sense. So our experience is that we contract in terms of value and everything more than what we needed. And we know that anything that we get more than 40 to 60% would be a success. And we bring all players together and we provide some sort of non-financial benefit, like best practice training. They get the support from NGO and other things. So that's where you build the relationship, where you build the ecosystem. And we focus on organic, because in organic and sustainable, you have this premiums that link for the farmer. If you do conventional contract farming, then it's the rate of cancellation is very high. That's from AMRU experience.
Thank you very much. We will have the coffee break. You can still continue your networking and questions. So I have received from the online the request. So there is a suggestion from China. They are requesting the countries to prepare some kind of an analysis, particularly on sectors like cashew nut for Vietnam, because they have a lot of potential buyers from China who would like to procure cashew nut. Fruits from Thailand, so they need some updated analytical report on fruits in Thailand, cashew nut from Vietnam, cassava in Cambodia, and rice and bean and sesame from Myanmar. And there is also a request for dry cassava in China. So they request, they need around 20,000 tons each month in China. So whoever is interested here, so please contact our team for the details, so you can further your business interest. So there are 3 questions, one from Vietnam, one from Myanmar, one from Laos to our Excellency Sun Supal. I will club this into one. One is related to export regulations to Cambodia. What kind of export regulations? I think it's too long. You can just give the link or something. This one. Second, from Myanmar, they are asking what procedures do you have for in Cambodia for foreign direct investment? I think it will be a long list, so you can also give a hint. And the third query is from Laopedia. They are asking on what kind of special arrangement do you have in food security system during the COVID-19 pandemic, especially someone who is trying to invest in agriculture sector. Special arrangement in food sector for any investor in the food related industry. Over to you, Excellency. Yeah, please maybe use this one. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the question. I think on the export procedures, I should suggest the custom to clarify, but I think the process of having a export license might not be complicated. They just need to go with the procedure set by the custom people. I think you can find in their website for the custom, for the export one. And on the procedures of foreign direct investment in Cambodia, it's very simple. As I put in the slide, that we facilitate investment within 20 working days to get the company registration to undertake an investment project in Cambodia. And the process, they can go to reception desk of the Council for Development of Cambodia. Then they submit investment application to that reception desk. We act as a one-stop service for them. And we receive the application and we circulate among relevant department and the ministry. We don't ask a foreign investor to go from one ministry to another to submit all those documents. We send relevant documents to those ministries related to the project itself. Then we set a deadline for them so that they can reply within time frame. If the project come with a bigger scope of activity that dealing with many stakeholders, perhaps we require a one-stop meeting that we invite relevant ministry to come together to discuss whether the project is viable and not inconsistent with the law enforced. I think based on the decision of the one-stop meeting, we report to our chairman. The chairman is Samdech Prime Minister. Prime Minister is the chairman of the Council for Development in Cambodia. Taking this opportunity, let me tell you a little bit about the Council itself so that everyone will get a big picture of what Council have done. At the Council, we have the Prime Minister as a chair. We have Vice Chairman of the Council, is a member of the government that do daily basis operation of the Council itself. And we have the Secretary General. And we have all the ministers related to the economic sectors as a member of this council. So, for example, investment in agriculture. The ministry that will deal with the agriculture sectors will be invited. Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Industry, if they go to a food processing, for example, then the Ministry of Industry will be also invited, Ministry of Land Management and other related, Ministry of Economy and Finance. We invite them to come to the meeting and have the result of the meeting report to the Prime Minister, and then we will give a investment registration certificate to them. That for a complicated, not a complicated, but a wide spectrum of project activity cover under the project they are going to undertake. But the normal track investment project is very simple. It takes maybe 7 days to get it done. without waiting until 20 days. So this is investment procedures. And I will ask my colleague to share these investment procedures in detail. We prepare that for the investors. And they can also look into our website as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your response. And I think that is quite helpful for the participants. Much of the information are available on the website. And if there's any other specific question or clarification, please drop in the chat box. We will pass it on to the speakers. But due to the limitation of time now, we will not be able to continue our discussions. But those who are present here can continue during the lunch break and also in the other part of the day, later part of the day. So we'll continue with that. So let me thank all our speakers, Dr. Akenong from Thailand, Excellency Suon Sofal here with us, Mr. Kan Kunti who is here, Mr. Rajiv Pradhan for sharing your perspective, information and enlightening us on the scope, on the mega trends, on regenerative agriculture, on plans and incentives, and also the preparedness of enterprises in the food sector perspective, private sector from the private sector perspective. These are quite encouraging, and I think this has been quite helpful and informative to all our participants. With these, we will give a round of applause to our speakers for their time and being with us today here. Thank you very much to all of you. With this, I close the session here. I hand over to my colleague to announce for the next session. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the moderator and panelists, for the successful session. We will now have a very quick 15 minutes coffee break at the coffee lunch right next to the hall outside. As we are running behind our scheduled agenda today, please immediately return to your seat right after you grab your coffee and snack and maybe visiting the restroom. Then we will continue to a very interesting session of companies sharing their experience, first-hand experience. Thank you very much. Please stay with us. We would like to... Now, in order to proceed to the next agenda item, we will hear the experience sharing of 6 business leaders. There will be a quick Q&A session after all the 6 presentations are finished. Firstly, I would like to invite the moderator, Mr. Sanga Setanan, Program Manager of Trade and Investment Facilitation Department at Mekong Institute, to lead the session.
His Excellencies, distinguished guests, development partner, participants, ladies and gentlemen from on-site here and online. Welcome to the second part in the morning of the Business Forum 2022. For this session, we will hear point of view that a great pleasure to share the experiences on trade and investment by two company representatives. The first one, to save the time, may I quickly call representative from Hantu Company Limited, Ms. Yang Lin, on the Chinese investment in agriculture post seeding hub and cold chain logistics in Cambodia. She will be sent online. Ms. Yang Lin, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So first, due to the time, so I would like to introduce shortly and briefly about our project. Our company is doing more than 40 years about the food processing and agro products processing and export trading. And we based in Cambodia since all of the world. And we based in Cambodia since 2013. And when we come Cambodia, we find that there is a lot of infrastructure, including cold storage. So we found the big demand of large cold storage for the local market and for the export market as well. So we made the first biggest Cambodian cold storage on Penh, the capital city of Cambodia, which have the capability of 10,000 metric tons with the storing, with the processing, and with export. So in the Cambodia, as a traditional agriculture country, the support of our China government and also the investors in Cambodia. As we are Chinese, with our embassy highly supporting Cambodia. And also we have the guidance for our CCIC, CCIC support in Cambodia for the guidance. So we have successfully registered Cambodian banana and mango and the alive fishes to export to China. And on this year, on March 16, the Lancang protocol has been signed between China and Cambodia as well. So it means in the very short near future, Cambodia will successfully export the Lancang to China market. And also about the Bangladesh fish, China Customs, they have been done the inspection on February this year. January has done the inspection, and on March has done the protocol as well. So very soon, the fish also can be exported to China market. And due to the shortage, next. So due to the shortage, next. And the mango first exported from Cambodia, there's ceremony held in county
in our company, and on 2018 and on 2001, the mango has been exported to China as well, and the ceremony again has been held in our company. So the next one would be Lancang and the fish products to be. This is due to the Cambodia government highly support with our embassy and the CCIC support. And next. And our company has signed the MOU invited by Cambodian Agriculture Department of 2018. So the government of Cambodia hopes to promote the traditional agriculture in the direction of advanced technology, increased productivity, diversification, and based on the factors such as sustainable development, globalization, and application of new technologies. So, the 4 key point support directions formulate the cold chain logistic plan standards of the Cambodia and the guide of the wholesale market for agricultural products to build the logistic and distribution center, trade force, warehousing, long-term display and trading center of high-quality agricultural products integrated with and foreign trade. And the second one, to establish inspection testing center, information center, security audit center is very important. And the third one, guide large-scale agricultural enterprises or third-party logistic enterprises to build fresh agricultural products distribution center. And the fourth one, to encourage a large-scale ecosystem agricultural certification enterprises to build a cold chain system is also very important. So that's what we are doing now. Next. So that's what we are doing now and what we are working for, because this is very badly needed infrastructure and the cold storage storing for the cold chain for the export purpose. As we see now in the PPT, that this is our new export processing agro hub in Cambodia. And this one is more than 80 hectares currently, and which contains all the necessary service in one stop service. So in this industry park as a processing hub, we have the agriculture processing, agriculture cold storage storing with cold chain, and the exhibition, and the trading area, and the free market for the local farmers to supply the raw material for the agro products, with the e-commerce and the other types of support. So if have any other company, they need the cold storage for storing, they need for area, and they need, for example, for mango, they need mango basket, all will be available there for the one-stop service. Yeah, that's your turn point.
Ms. Yang Jian, sorry to disturb you. You may need to wrap up your entire presentation
time,
because of the time
reason.
Please.
This is the brief introduction already. Company. Yeah, we can contact later on if any partners have interest to visit us, please feel free to contact with us. I just shared the last page of our contact. The last page of the contact. The last page, yes, this is our contacts. Please feel free to contact with us if you need anything to consult or if anything we could work together. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Even in the short time that the representative can wrap up and provide us the very useful information. So next, may I invite representative from Marika Khmer Agricultural Biotechnology Company Limited, Ms. Sokunti, to present about the Cambodian agro-food processing and exporting. So due to the time that we provide about 10 minutes and the time very short, could you please try to wrap up and make it short, maybe within 5 minutes, please. You can come, and would like to invite you to come on the stage, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Kunti, the owner of Khmer Moringa. It was nice to be here. Sorry. Thank you. Just start a little sharing about my business on agriculture processing. This is my own products. I hope somebody in Cambodia already know. Just move on. In short, in our productions, we collect all the raw material from the community, and we don't do the planting from our own land, but we provide technical and seed and every planting tools to the farmer. And after the products, the plant grow well, and we buy from the farmer to our processing warehouse. This is some photo activities. We follow up with the farmers, even the first start training, and from the beginning to the to the harvesting. All keep communications between farmers and our technical officer to ensure that they can produce high productivities of the raw material. Yeah. Sorry, I cannot read all the letter in my PowerPoint, but I just just talk and share about how we do with the agriculture business. And in short, we are trying to create job to the community people and try to train and provide everything they need, even financial first for their, tools for planting, and everything need keep up to in relation with our company, and we're trying to build the capacity to the farmers, ensure that they have apply our policy with supplying the raw material, especially using the fertilizer. That's it. In part of our business, we also do some social activities to the community people and even the children. We try to promote children also in the community work, that they can have more involving activities, not only for business, but also for sharing back. That. Okay, let's move on. And here are the need and corporations. We have limited the productions, the finished product. So far we have produced only tea, only powders, and only tablets, because this is the requirement from the supplier, also from the customer. They just provide what they need and then train for export, and some for local only. So we're also looking for the new innovative that can mix or customize how the moringa powder can be used for coffee, cookie, or any kind, because actually the moringa powder is a kind of raw material that can mix with every fruit, because it provides nutritional supplement, and it is kind of vegetable that support human health. So we can create a lot of products by adding additional moringa powder into the food products. So we only look, moringa look like only a part of a raw material that we can explore more product innovative. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing the information about the food processing and exporting. So since throughout the presentation, I'm sure that you can capture the main point and what kind of the cooperation and partner need, especially for second company that present to us. Next, that we will focus on the business and products innovation. We will have 3 representative company to come and share about business and product innovation. The first presentation will be the representative from CP Cambodia Company Limited. May I now invite Mr. Polish Chinwat, Manager of Strategic Development and Marketing Department, to provide us about the Cambodia agro-food product innovation. So again, since the time is very short, please allow us to reduce your presentation time to be 5 minutes. Mr. Polish, please.
Okay, thank you very much for introducing me. So, presentation. For today's, actually, for the topics that I prepare, now I will share your experience for about the topics about the corporate, what the CP doing in Cambodia for the agro business. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So we come from the CPF from Thailand. The CP stands for Jaran Pokapan Food. We invest in 16 countries and produce the products and export to over 30 countries around the world. In Cambodia, we established the company since 1996 with the vision to be the kitchen of the world. Up until now, we are doing the business. We have many types of the business and doing the business for 25 years already. We have 3 sections for the business. We call the feed business, the farm business, and the food business. For the feed business, okay, we have the factories in Phnom Penh and also in Pailin province. The service that we do we produce the animal feed, and also we sell the breed stock, including the technical service, also about the farm management. For the farming business, we also have the breeder side and also the contract farming business with the 2 species. The first one is the swine business. We have the breeders and produce the piglet, give them to the farmings and provide the technical management by the contract farmings in Cambodia. As well as the poultry business, we also have the breeder side and also the hatcheries to produce the day-old chicks to give the farmers. We have 3 types of the poultry: the broiler, the native chicken, and also the layer chicken. For the food and processing business, we have the food factories in Phnom Penh. We earned the GHP and HACCP, which is the first standard food factories in Cambodia. Inside we have the slaughterhouse and the food processing, which is we brought the technologies from Thailand. We produce the product under the CP brand, and the Super Chef brand is the local brand. We expand our business into the retail shop we call the CP Fresh Mart. Right now, today, we have 2 branches in Siem Reap and also Battambang to be the distribution channels of our food products. And also, for the one who is in our business, we sell the franchise called the CP Fresh Shops, which focus on to sell the fresh meat and also the complementaries about the food products, the food ingredients in the kitchens. Another one is we have the 5-star business. This is the chicken, the chicken kiosk. This is the franchise business. Right now we have over 300 kiosks for the 5-star business, and this one you can see is in every province in Cambodia. And the new one, we also have the coffee business, which is the popular business in Cambodia right now. So we call the Star Coffee. So we enter to the beverage business also. Not only doing the business, we concerns about the sustainable development also. That okay, we have the 3 pillars to do the sustainable development. The first one we call the food security. We would like to encourage the Cambodians to access the good food. The second one is the self-sufficient societies. We support the communities to have their activities and maintain and support the communities around the business area that we done. And also we concern about the nature, we call the balance of nature, that okay, we think about the environment and everything we do with the environmental friendliness. So in overall right now, so the business from the CPs, we have animal feed factories, food processing factories, CP Fresh Mart, CP Fresh Shops, and 5-star kiosks. Right now we have customer over 1,000, and also we have the office branch for 17 and service cover 25 provinces in Cambodia. Here is the contact. On behalf of the CPs, what we do and we would like to give you for the innovation is we think about the consumer first, and we develop our technologies to support our business based on the customer requirement. The things that we do is to satisfy and improve their health and well-being for the consumers, not only the Cambodia, but everyone in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Police, for sharing very useful information of the company to us, and we can see the food product innovation from the line of the company as well. So next, may I invite Mr. Paul Ratana, Commercial Manager of Minnesota Food Import and Export Company Limited, to present and sharing us about the Cambodian innovative agro-food startup. Mr. Paul Ratana, please.
Good morning. Thank you for staying with us, and apologize, I might not be able to finish my slides within 5 minutes. I would say 7 minutes. Okay. Our company is the Minnesota Food. We focus on the Cambodian dry fruit, which we distribute into the local and international market. So to start with my presentation, I would like to show this research that is about 78% of the world population does not consume enough fruit and vegetable. I think you might thinking that are you in the 80% or are you in the 13% of the population that consume fruit and vegetable? So next, I would like the operator to place our Minnesota profiles, that it will take you about 4 minutes, and then I will wrap up in 2 minutes. Thank you. Can you link on the Minnesota profile? You don't have the video? Really? Okay, so I would brief a little bit more. So Minnesota Food is a Cambodian-owned dry fruit manufacturers, which is based in Battambang province. And we established in 2017 in the Battambang province with the purpose to collect the local tropical fruit from our local farmers and to promote our Khmer products on the international scene through our export. So what brings Minnesota products to be innovative agro-food startup? Because so far we have innovated, we have transformed our local fruit into the natural dry fruit. As you can see, we have developed into the natural pineapple, the natural bananas, and also the natural mango, which you can visit and taste our products exactly in front of the middle door. And we also have chocolate coated with our dry fruit, and we also transform our fruit into the fruit jams. We also convert some waste, which is from the mango, into the crispy mango peels. And we also develop some mango seed into the biomass briquette to to burn in our factory also. And recently, because we have our farm, we also creating the bee house to generate the natural honey from our pineapple farms and to supply also the natural honey into the market. And at the same time, we also developed our fruit into the fruit juice. We have also the pineapple juice, mango juice, and roselle juice. And the last one, we are in the process of developing into the fruit ranch, which is similar to Japanese sake ranch. That will be coming soon. So I hope if you see Misata products on the Cambodia market, please have to support our Khmer products. And at the same time, we also exporting it too. So this is our distribution channels. We are exporting to Japan. We are exporting some to Australia and Singapore. And at the same time, we are also supplying to local supermarket and commercial outlet. And we are trying to expand more locally. So I hope our Cambodian people will have to support Cambodian products too. Because all of you maybe know how big or how passionate of our Cambodian population support the Khmer products. I think it's not yet big. So we need more of all your support locally in order to support our local farmer too. So we are here today also to looking for more export partners and also the distributors to working into expanding our export market into China and also to the Mekong country, to Korea, to US, and also to EU country too. So to wrap up, as 87% of the world population does not consume enough fruit and vegetable, maybe Bisata food in front of the door can help you for today. Because roughly daily people need to consume around 400 grams of fruit and vegetable. So please eat more fruit and vegetable. And lastly, this is my contact of the Misata group. We also have the Facebook page that you can visit and see what are the activities that we are doing locally and internationally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And one important note from the company that they're also looking for partner and distributor, especially from the Mekong country. Please feel free to keep in touch and also important for our business as well. Next, may I now invite Mr. Ki Seng Hua, representative of Ong Sok Tree, UST plastic bottom manufacturer, to present about innovative packaging and marketing for processed agro-food products. Mr. Ki Seng Hua, please.
Thank you. My name is Ki Seng Hua. I'm from the UST group, Ong Sok Tree group. As you know, here my factory is produce the plastic, the packaging product from the plastic. Our factory established in 2010. Till now, we have 12 years already. We are supporting the plastic product to producer right now. Only producer, not yet provide to other. But in the future, we have to extend my product too. Yes, this is our contact number, and we also have the email and website. If you want to know further information about the Ong Sok Tree, could you please go to my website also. Our vision, in the future, we will supply to the market by diversity, quality, safety, and sustainability. This plastic recycle, we also not produce all the plastic from the resin, but also from the recycle. We collect all the plastic waste from the supplier to do the recycle, and to the last one is the new product, is the bottle. That means we also produce from the resin and also from the recycle in order to save the environment. Our product, at the moment we have several products such as bottle cap, lot, and plastic bottle, and also plastic flag that we produce from the plastic recycle also. In the future, we plan to supply our product to the farmer, to the processor, to the exporter, and other also. According to this third forum, business forum, we expect to gain more customer from this event. So we have to extend our product to be diversity in the future. Yes, actually at the moment we produce only lot, bottle, and bottle cap. But in the future we diversify our product into like the basket to support the farmer needs. Basket like especially for the basket for Lancang. We also have the connect with the farmer from Penh. They also need the basket to keep the Lancang for export also. And also we need to produce more and more, and also higher technology and innovation in my product to be much more better than right now. Even right now our quality still limited, but in future we develop more and more in terms of the quality. We also do the training to the people like association or the school, the student in the school, to classify classify the rubbish, the waste, the plastic waste from other waste, in order easy to for the processing. And also we need all the end user, the plastic end user, to collect back the plastic waste for my factory for recycle in the future. We wait for them to supply us the raw material. So our customer can become my supplier also, because they can supply us the raw material, the plastic waste, to our factory in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the insight information that the company provides to us, that we can see the cycle of the agricultural value chain and supply chain that form the 5 companies already given to us. Last but not least, may I now invite Okyasin Chantri, Executive Director of Linhall Express Cambodia Company Limited, and a President of the Cambodia Logistics Association, to present a smart logistics for agri-food processing industry. Excellency, please.
Yes, good afternoon. I think the time is over already, so I don't have more, but just show you what are my contacts. Because I think some of you here know me very well about, we are the association. So all your products that you have raised all since the morning up to now. And also maybe this morning we have a question to His Excellency Sun Sopal with CDC, you know, about the procedure for import and export. So I think sometimes the procedure is procedure, but in fact, you want to import or export your product, you come up to a logistics provider. Because I want to introduce, I myself also, we are the member of Cambodia Chamber of Commerce, and also we are, as I myself, also we are the co-chair with the custom. So all your problem, all your issue that our CLA or whatever Chamber of Commerce, we are the co-chair with the custom. We can have you know, the information to tell you how to export your product and import your product. So yes, this is our contact. You can pass to another. Okay, I want to introduce also what the CLA, that means the Cambodia Logistics Association. We have our member more than 100 companies. So in our association, we have the trucking, you know, we have the custom clearance, we have the warehouse, okay, all the logistics provider. So I think it's very good for you for import and export your products. So you can go to the next. I think I want to show, yeah. So I want to show you 4 points of this, but I think no time. Just to tell you that, okay, come up to us, and then you can contact us and you can meet our members, you know, to know what is a procedure. Sometimes, okay, I think we know already, not only Cambodia, but some country also that we learn about, you know, the procedure, no problem, is very good. But in fact, how can we process and how can we do real for import and export procedure? We have to relate to the customs, you know, to the company who is a provider, logistic providers. Okay, I think I don't want to talk more about the logistics, smart logistics. I think all of you understood, you know, you can check everything, but I just want to show that Cambodia Logistics Association can help you all for your import and export your products. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before we open for the question and answer, I would like to thank you all the speakers and to know about the situation of the time that we rush and then try to assist each other. Thank you very much once again. Now, we due to the time very limited, and I'm sure that we are hungry and we run out almost the time quite a lot. So I would like to have the question from the 4 on site here. If possible, maximum 2 to 3 question, please. And then we still open the question from the online. If you have, please leave your question on the chat box so we can provide it accordingly. Open the question from the 4, please. Ladies over there, please. And who else? Please raise your hand and we know. Okay, the lady in the middle, please.
Hello, I am Loan, Director of Brewing Coffee from Vietnam. So thank you for the sharing. I would like to ask 2 questions. Yeah, firstly, I would like to ask about kind of the trend about packaging design in Lancang, Mekong in general, and especially in Cambodia. I would like to ask about kind of the craft packaging trend as well. And the second question, that is, I would like to ask more about kind of the marketing from e-commerce trend in Cambodia for the high quality products. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. To save time, maybe continue with the question from the second person, please. And presenter, speaker, please keep in mind that which question that related to you, please be ready for the answer, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kim. I come from Tagrico, the biggest company plantation banana in the Ratanakiri and Karachi province. I in logistic duty. In this forum, I would like to have information about which kind of policy for supporting the company to export from Cambodian government, and what is the sustainable of the supporting for the worker in the farm, because at the moment we're taking care of on the economy, but the society, the population, education for women, for children, for worker at the farm, I didn't hear exactly, or I didn't show any policy clearly. Since 2 years I started a career here. Yeah, only this. One sentence question to the Cambodian government. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions, two questions from the second person. So back to the first question that related to the marketing e-commerce, and also from the second, the first one also the logistic as well, and the second one policy for export and a suitable support for the worker. So would you mind if any of our speaker will respond the question according to the question? So please feel free to stand and turn your face back. That's easy for you and convenient. No need to up and down on the stage. Ongya Sinchanti, please.
Yes, maybe I stay here to answer. Okay. Okay, Liza, I tell you in just a moment that, okay, for the export product, the procedure, especially now I think you are talking about for export for agricultural products. Actually, the procedure from the government that we have the very incentive for the export the agricultural product from Cambodia to the other country. Okay, but for the procedure is not much, but just you know, like I tell you, just implementation and practically. Okay, the procedure. Actually, we export for the agriculture is not no tax, or almost no any tax. We just your company, you have the company register, and then you know, firstly you would have register in a Sikoda system for the custom system. They call a Sikoda system. So your company must have, okay, and then you can export by your company yourself, or you use your logistic provider company or the custom broker that they can fulfill all the procedure for you. If you export by yourself, after you have the register in a secure system already, then I think you can arrange or prepare the service with the shipping lines, you know, and then you can fulfill the clearance from your office also, because now I think custom they use the online fulfill the formality already, and then okay, when you fulfill from the office, custom they can see your application for the and then custom would be approved on it, and also your good can process to the export gates like Phnom Penh port or Sihanoukville port or some or the border gate at the border or something like that, and then you. I think no any, but sometimes that we find we facing the problem or whatever the difficult. Someone said, "Oh yes, this problem and that problem." Sometimes you know, because of the human being only. Sometimes you know, I have always received the issue that you know. From the exporter and from, you know, yeah, they said, oh, sometimes this and that. Because of some, in terms of the exporter or the company, we should follow up to what the procedure. You know, your document, if sometimes your document is not very correct, so the custom would, you know, you would facing the problem already. So that's why more company, they use the custom broker company or whatever the logistic provider company, so they can do the export arrange for you. Like I tell you that sometimes you spend a time to meet with us, with the Cambodia Logistic Association. We can give you the more information what you do that the first until you export your product. You know, yeah. Thank you. These are my short answer. Thank you.
It would be appreciated if some of our speakers can respond on the e-commerce and also the Ogya already asked for the policy, and even the last important, any support for the worker, that suitable support from the government of Cambodia, please. 2 points. Question or would like to share some your point of view? Wait a minute, please. Yes. Wait a minute, please, for the question. Let the respond to about the e-commerce. Yeah, please. Microphone, please.
I thought the question is not relating to my company, but I can share some of what I know about Cambodia. Regarding to the e-commerce, from what I know is that tomorrow the Cambodian government, the Ministry of Commerce, they will launch the e-commerce platforms that we call the CambodianTrade.com, which allow all the Cambodian company or SME to post their products on this local platform, which enables our local SME to sell and to export our products to local clients and also to the international too. So please visit the Ministry of Commerce, or the website is the CambodianTrade.com. They will launch tomorrow. And another question is about what is the support to the workers or what?
Yes, exactly.
So these points of view I can answer from what my company, Misota, is doing. We are working closely with the farmer. So we are expanding our market so that we are able to collect more local products from our local farmer. So we do our best to collect as much as possible for what we can do. And then the Misota Food, we give a lot of job opportunities, around 50 to 100 local farmers. And also the technical staff, we also not recruit from overseas. For example, for our factory, actually we need the technical expert from Thailand, but our owner, he preferred to hire the expert from Thailand to train our local students so that our local people can get some skill set to developing and working in Cambodia. And in regards to the pay wage, we are respecting to the minimum salary that is issued by our government. Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much for response. Yes, please feel free.
Just add a little bit more about supporting to the farmer. It depends on each company. Like Misota company also support in different activity. And for supporting to the farmer, from my own company, I have 2 points. From the first start, when the farmer cannot collect or sell their plant, first we need to provide dry food to survive during the 3 or 4 months that they cannot sell any kinds of raw material to our factory. And in the same time, they got regular salary from our company. And a part of that, because of my company focus on women, and women have to take care of their children, we also have some support for their child to like a school material bicycle that they can, that the mom would not have to worry about the school, the children conditions, how they can have money to buy something for their child to school. It is a part of our own policy that we support the women who are the farmer and supply raw material to our company. A part of that, I know that the government have a lot of policy that support the farmer, encourage the farmer to plant, to, yes, that's it.
Thank you very much for sharing the information. Really appreciate. So will be the last question in short, please. And also because of time very limited, we can discuss during the lunchtime. Please allow me to have a last question from the gentleman over there, please. Yeah, and then please go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you again. Give me for the question. Yes, I would like to ask a question to the Excellency of Nya regarding to the preparation of the document for transportation to the gateway, like export to abroad. Actually, I have experienced that if we prepare by ourselves the document, and then the authority, they said that here you lack this document, the document is not full, and so on, and difficulty for us. And then if we give benefit something, and then the authority, they said it's okay. And another thing is that the document is fully, and then we can transport our product to the gateway, and then on the way to that, and then the authority, they just control, and then they said it's not full, it's not so good, and so on. And that is the problem, in fact, that we need. Actually, the logistic provider, like Excellency said, it is fully agree. People, the authority, they do not need any benefit from us. That the question, it is to Oknya, if we prepare our document to transport our product to the gateway, and the document is right, is fully, and who is guaranteed that on the way is not happen, what like I said. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, please. Please, because for the audience online can hear as well, the Excellencies.
Okay, very short answer, Bong. Okay, that's why I tell you that you find the custom broker or logistic provider company is much more better. Yeah, because why? Because in association and also our member, we have very good enough to train. Okay. To train them to know the procedure. Okay, because in your company sometimes you know about that, but I think not very practically sometimes. You just busy involved with your business, you know, sometimes. And then as you know already from the government, especially from the custom, you know, they have the procedure, you know, this and that, more procedure, and also the regulation. Sometimes your company, you have no time to learn about that more. So please come up to us, like I saw you, you know, to our association or to our company, that they have a professional to fulfill for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the response to the question. That the end of this session, but we did not end for all. Very important after this session is the synthesis or reflection. That is a highlight of the highlight that we will say the invite by MC of today. But once again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank very important person, the speaker, representative of the 6th company. Please join me to thank you by give a big clap to all of them. Thank you very much once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sanga. We have now come to the end of the morning session. Before we head out for lunch, I would like to invite Mr. Suryan on stage to provide a synthesis of the forum and give closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you. I think if I can put in one word, is a lot of food for thought to digest and a lot of opportunity. I prepared some summary slide. I won't go through in detail. The organizer will share this. Let me quickly walk through. Next, please. We spent a lot of discussion on recognizing the potential and opportunity exists in Lancang Mekong Corporation, and the role of Lancang Mekong Business Fora, this is the third time, and what kind of database and supporting information that you can tap beside or outside the forum. We hope that you continue to engage and see how this will provide an actionable partnership platform. Next, please. In terms of discussion, synthesis, and summary, I think we have discussed a lot of mega trend post-COVID recovery 19. There are a few points I would like just to highlight. One is that there's still much more to be further developed and invest, be it on the policy, be it on implementation on the ground, be it on business partnership and engagement of smallholder farmers and rural community. Much more to be done. But one needs to recognize that this mega trend has started to show the actual implementation and partnership in Cambodia. I think that is something we started to see the growing kind of experience, and we hope that this number of mega trends will start to expand in the future. Next, please. In terms of Cambodia readiness policy incentive, we have heard about what are the potential enabling support and incentive. I think we have seen from the economic performance in terms of leadership commitment of the countries and what kind of investment environment that the country is now offering. But these are still at the initial stage. We hope to be able to invite more business industries, companies to really join hands in exploring partnership with national business counterparts. There's a lot of potential and now gaining more recognition in international business forum. I hope that we will continue to explore this partnership. Next, please. In terms of the actual business, trade, investment, experience sharing, I think I would like just to touch upon briefly 4 quick points. One is that we still want to see more of smallholder rural community engagement. I think there was a question from the floor, and if we cannot really do that, we will not be able to achieve sustainable and inclusive value chain. We have heard experience from foreign companies, investment, that need to be documented, shared in a broader scale so that we can equip with the national counterpart companies to gain confidence, experience, so that we can expand this partnership. Then we also need to promote matching and partnership, and not the least, we need to enhance awareness, understanding, appreciation in the consumer and customer through campaigns. Next, please. What is future prospect? Of course, Lancang Mekong Corporation will continue to be one of the proactive platform, and I would like to invite everyone to take part in. It's about time that we need to gradually shift from seeing the potential, realize it into a concrete impact. And we want to see more of a government policy to be put into implementation, incentive mechanism and enabling environment, more investment partnership. Last but not the least, continue to engage. One of the platforms is this Lancang Mekong Business Forum, and all supporting platform and business engagement. Do visit our website. This will continue to be platform so that we will not only meet today, but continue to engage in the future. With that, I would like to thank the Lancang Mekong Corporation Special Fund, to our dear Cambodia Chamber of Commerce, to Ministry of Commerce Thailand, and my colleagues led by Mr. Maduja Dutta, and all the local organizing team. I think we have done a good job, but the experience of partnership will continue. Let's have a good food and continue the business matching in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suryan. Ladies and gentlemen, that successfully sums up our morning session of the forum today. We truly appreciate your attention and your patience and contribution throughout the program. Now we will take a networking lunch break for an hour. Lunch is on the second floor of this building. Staff are awaiting for you at the 2 exit doors with a lunch coupon. So you will be allowed to enter into the room, the lunch room, only with the coupon, just one.